Saba doesn't get my intro this time. Hello, everybody. Welcome to episode 2 of Scarlet Hollow. Saba is here. She's late. It is her fault, definitively. Please leave a comment.
Definitively my fault, but I've had a interesting day yesterday, so I needed a little.
So
bit
interesting
of a break.
that it affected today, which is crazy, apparently. Which is
I
fine.
know.
Good. While I'm waiting for Saba to get all set up with her stream, I will share a less personal anecdote, if I may.
Sure.
On their flight back from Greece, I told you that my parents stopped in London. Well, they brought me back a can of Coca-Cola, because I love Coke. And part of that was my dad was like, hey, look, if you look at the back, it says that the second ingredient after carbonated water is sugar, whereas American Coke is high fructose corn syrup, right? And for anybody who knows anything, high fructose corn syrup is disgusting. It's a shame that that's literally all we have in the U.S. So, Scusi. So during the he just drove down from Canada to bring like a family relative over to the house or whatever, and along the way he picked up a bottle of Mexican Coke, which is my favorite Coke because that has cane sugar specifically, which is by far the best like type of sugar that you can have, both like health wise and flavor wise, which is incredible. So Dad was like, oh, let's do a taste test. So he had me turn around and just like look out the window for a bit, and then I turned back and it was 3 identical glasses, like clear glasses.
Oh, which one's which?
Which one was which? And I took a sip of each, and I was with just one sip of each, I was immediately able to tell each one because I was like, this one tastes the best, so it must be Coke. This one tastes the worst, so it must be like regular Coke, and then this one is like in between, so it must be the regular non-cane sugar. And sure enough, I was correct. And I was a little embarrassed to like know Coke that well, you know.
Okay, I am ready to go.
Huzzah!
Thank you for waiting.
We should actually do a recap. We don't need a recap, but we don't need the games recap, but we should take a moment to see if you remember everything from last week. Or not everything, but at least like the main things. Like, what do you remember from...
Main things I remember.
Yeah.
1, I'm hot.
Very true.
2, I regret picking up a bag of peanuts. Sopping peanuts.
That is... Oh, by the way, when you are the physical, like, powerful build, like if that's your trait, you eat those peanuts fucking immediately. Because, quote, protein is protein, and you just fucking wolf down the boiled peanuts, which is very funny.
That's
okay,
really
what else
funny.
do you remember?
We didn't go exploring the thing after it killed Hank? What is his name?
Duke.
Jack? Luke? Duke, okay. So he's dead.
He is dead.
We're freaking out. We've been told something catastrophic's gonna happen, but that those guys are not necessarily evil. So, or dangerous, I guess.
Your again, your explanation, while accurate, is missing a lot of like context that would make it easy for like someone who doesn't know the game to follow. Because you said those guys, which does not convey the fact that you mean the ditchlings, the little
I'm like,
fucked
bro,
up
this is
mutant
episode
guys.
2. If you haven't seen episode 1, I don't know what to tell you by this point.
No one's seen any of these.
It's true. So at least from my perspective, I feel like if we wanted to go searching for like evidence, I feel like now I would be comfortable to do that, but I don't even know if we'll get the opportunity to do so. So,
all right, what do we want to do with the voice acting? Obviously, you are the main character.
Yeah.
I like my thing, if I may. I would like to take up the like regular narration when things get a little bit more intense, just because like I know what the context of the scene is, so I can kind of like set a better tone, as opposed to you being like, there is a knife and then I get stabbed and die. You know?
Well, thank you.
Well, no, because your reading is obviously totally fine normally, but like in the last thing, like when we were getting chased by, I went back to watch the VOD to see if I was just being an asshole, but like we were in the middle of pursuing the chicken, right? Like we saw the chicken get dragged into the woods, and like you were reading and you were like, oh boy, I tripped on something. You know what I mean? And I was like, Sama, we need to keep the energy going. So yeah, I mean, I would like to do narration when things get a little bit more intense, and then obviously we can just continue to do the, you get one character, I get another character. By the way, I would also like to say I was definitely wrong. Episode 2 has a scene in it that has like fucking 6 to 7 characters in it, depending on what your choices are. And then episode 3 has, I think, depending on your choices, up to 9.
Whoa.
Now, luckily, for the most part, it's still one character talking to another character, but like there are definitely instances where we are going to have to do a lot of voices, so that'll be fun. All right.
Okay.
You ready to begin?
You open your eyes. The sun has risen, the birds are singing. You are still alive, and for now, you are safe. Your gaze wanders around the room to the window in the woods beyond. You wonder if the monsters are lurking there, right now, just beyond the trees, ready to pounce as soon as you leave the crumbling estate. A familiar unease settles into your gut, tangling into a knot of anxiety, wriggling as the events of last night play out in your head. You can't help but remember Duke slumped up against a tree, pieces of him scattered across the clearing. You're not sure if you'll ever feel okay after what you've seen, but you can't stay in bed forever. Hunger pulls you from the clammy depths of the mattress. Yes! Check on the opossum. Oh my god, you got some bread! You open the drawers to check in on the little opossum you met yesterday. Oh good, he's still here. That's nice. I'll leave the little man's in peace, okay? I can't talk to him, so I can't just pet him. It'd be rude of me. You decide to leave the little man's in peace. Let's not do the closet. I already know it's there. Let's look out the window. Oh, I see it. I see a man's. You creep towards the window, careful not to be seen by whatever might be lurking in the garden. He's gone. For a second, you thought you saw movement. It could have been an animal. It could have been something else. Whatever it was, it's gone now. Maybe you'll head out there and investigate after you've finished waking up. Let's text Stella. It's probably a good idea to check in with your new friend. You can't imagine she's holding up very well. Duh. Oh shoot, I like, hey, how are you holding up? But I also like send picture of a tired cat you found on the internet. Okay, let's just be like, hey, how are you holding up? Okay, there's a lot of crazy stuff's happened. It might take her a minute to get back to you. In the meantime, let's get dressed and head downstairs to the kitchen. Time to start your day. Yay! You head back in the kitchen. Frou eyes you from her favorite spot on the counter. Say excuse me. We're not petting her, we're just asking. Excuse me, ma'am, but may I pet your beautiful fur? Part of you hopes flattery might win her over. As silly as that may seem, you are, after all, talking to a cat. It's totally, perfectly normal. Frou merely flicks her tail faster. It doesn't look promising. Okay, it's okay. We'll leave her alone.
Hey.
Oh.
Did you know the police called me this morning? You've only been here one day and you've already had a run-in with the cops.
Tabitha, I told you someone died. I don't. Did the cops say anything about Duke? We were chased through the woods by monsters and you're worried about cops? Okay, moment. There are monsters in the woods. We need to leave. I had a really rough night. Can you cut me some slack? What can I say? Trouble follows me wherever I go. Duke's blood is on my hands. I'm sorry. Can I hang out with you today? What's the plan for the day? Is there anything I can do to help out? Say nothing. Okay, we're gonna do some like 1 or 2 explore stuff. Did the cops say anything about Duke? I like that, I think. Did the cops say anything about Duke? Did they find the body?
Body? They didn't say anything about a body. But apparently, he never went home last night.
Duh, I said he's dead.
Yeah, but you're also a dumb bimbo, so shut the fuck up.
I would say the person who apparently can't hear is the dumb one.
You know what I just noticed? Does this cabinet door even fit the hole? Like, if you were to like...
I think so.
If you put this right here...
I think it's a little too more narrow than it is. I see.
Right?
Yeah, I think just the...
It might just be the art. I'm not sure, but...
I think it's probably that.
And they had quite a few questions about you, Dawn. And before you ask, don't worry, I told them you're an upstanding citizen.
Thanks for having my back. You know, I didn't do anything right. You seem unfazed by this. We were chased through the woods by monsters and you're worried about... Okay, I think the rest is the same. Yeah. I guess I could say to that, thanks for having my back.
Sure. What else is family for? Yo! So, apparently... So, in my very first playthrough of this game, I missed out on the achievement to see Tabitha's smiling sprite. Which apparently is nearly impossible. Because there are over 600 triggers over the course of all 3 of the first chapters. And then they just straight up did not put any triggers in chapter 4. Because they were like, you should have gotten it by now. So if I had not done my powerful build playthrough in between our last episode and this one, you would have just unlocked the achievement for me.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Oh,
that's
shit.
Nice. I mean, if you want to save here, that's fine.
That's not what I meant.
Let's see. I feel like I don't need to say anything else from the explore ones. I guess we could say, is there anything I could do to help out? Or what's the... Yeah, it's the same thing. Is there anything I can do to help out?
You could stay out of trouble while I do my job. Oh, and I want you home by sunset. I don't want to hear complaints. Just do what I ask, and we won't have any more problems.
Well, that's fine. She gave us like a... What is it? What is it called? Curfew, I guess?
Yeah.
Tabitha takes a few steps towards the door.
Sunset.
Your cousin huffily exits the kitchen. Her footsteps fade down the hall, ending in the characteristic creaks then slam of the front door as it opens and closes behind her. Once again, you are the only human in the estate. A text from Stella.
Hey, Dawn. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're all right, all things considered. I'm doing okay. Not great, but hanging in there. Up most of the night on cryptid forums, but no good answers yet. I'm at the library if you want to join. I have scones.
Scones say no more cool on my way. I'll be there in a bit, still waking up after last night. Hell no, I'm not really feeling up to it today. Do not ghost her. No ghosting her. Do you know what it entails with I'll be there in a bit, still waking up? Because I don't particularly know what actions I could
you may or may not recall the thing that I told you during we were just chit-chatting the other day.
Every character has 5 invisible relationship stats to you. And your responses will determine those stats going up or down. So I have no idea what this one specifically applies to, but it's like, I know one of the stats was agreeableness. Like how often are you in agreement and alignment with this person and what they want to do? But then again, you also chose hot, which kind of eliminates a lot of those losses. So I have no idea.
Because I can't really think of anything. Can you scroll back up? I think I could just say Scone say no more because I don't really know what else I could be doing.
Sure.
Yeah, they give me no option to pee, and I can't throw those peanuts away, so. Oh. To investigate the garden? That shouldn't take too long, right?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay, let's do that real fast. As your eyes wander to the garden door, you shudder, remembering the brief glimpse of something you saw from your upstairs window. It was probably just a raccoon, but it's definitely not a raccoon, but the uncertainty of what you saw gnaws at you and compels you to investigate, if only to prove that it was nothing. At the very least, you don't see anything now. Well, no, we're going back. No need to look any further. We're gonna be late. I took a thought. You've been through enough in the past 24 hours. You'd rather not put yourself in another potentially horrifying situation. Yes, I need to have at least one other person with me before I do something dangerous. That's my motto. If you die, don't die alone. The walk back to town is much less pleasant today than it was yesterday, when you didn't yet know that the woods were full of monsters and strange men who know your name. Yeah, I forgot about.
Oh yeah, that actually is a really good point. That's a much different vibe in this playthrough where you're like a hot lady versus my playthrough where I was like a powerful, just like dude.
You stare anxiously into the darkness, searching for any signals of movement, but the woods are still woods for now. That's what the line said, 100%. The autumn-tinged mountains, sprawling for miles in every direction, now feel less like beautiful scenery and more like the walls of a cave. Your phone buzzes in your pocket.
Look who I found at the library. She said she was up all night thinking about the video, adding you to a group text. Was I also Kanika?
I think so, because I was the old lady.
Great. I'm only here because it's quieter than the store, or was, lol. I'm trying to figure out what animal that could be. I don't buy into this harbinger of doom stuff. We know what animals they are. They're ditchlings, and they are harbingers of doom. Sounds like they're having fun.
Sounds like they're having fun, yeah.
Lovely.
Dang, I need those scones on my way. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'll be there soon. Can't wait to solve this mystery. Ditchlings aren't real. Send a hard but that's too much. I thought I told you I'm out. Don't reply. Okay. I think I want to just say, like, I'm on my way.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a simple person, okay? You make it to town in one piece. No creatures jumped at you. No scary men blocked your path. The sight of other people is comforting, helping you forget the things you witnessed, as if they happened to someone else.
Oh, hey, Don.
I think this was me.
Oh, was that all? Well, it's Avery and Sybil, so I could take Avery if you're doing Sybil.
Sure, that's fine.
Oh, hey, Don. We were just talking about you. I stopped by Sybil's to pick up her new blend, and well...
You're the biggest thing to come into town since the coal mine. Folks have been absolutely buzzing about you.
You went out with Stella last night, right? Did something happen out there? She barely even waved when she walked by.
Tell Avery the whole truth. You got hurt, nothing really happened. I'm traumatized and not ready to talk about it yet. Geez, nosy much. I hardly know you say nothing. I don't know if I want to just, like, dump all of this on Avery yet. But I think saying I'm a bit traumatized right now is kind of reasonable.
Okay, is that what you want to say?
Yeah, we can. I want to, like, understand some stuff a little better before I go telling people. What happened last night was traumatizing. I don't think I'm ready to talk about it yet.
Okay, I get it. Sounds like you've been shaken up pretty bad. I'll tell you what, I'm on break for the next half hour. why don't you swing by the diner if you want to decompress? Winnie can fix up some of Sybil's new blend. Maybe it'll calm you down a bit.
I think you'll like today's mix. It's chaga and lemon balm. Should help ease your stress and tension.
And if you feel like talking, I'm all ears. But no pressure. Anyways, it's up to you. See you around, Dawn. See you, Sybil.
Take care now, Avery. I see you're a private person. All right then, keep your secret. I can respect that. I didn't lie, though. You never know how someone might respond to hearing the truth of what you encountered last night. I'd better get back to it myself. I'm glad I was able to catch you this morning, if only to see how you were holding up. Please don't hesitate to stop by if I can be of any help. Thanks, Sybil. Wait, do you know anything else about ditchlings? Why doesn't anyone in this town seem to know or care that a man died? Why doesn't anyone in the town seem to know or care that the woods are full of... I don't mean if you don't walk into the woods. What is wrong with people here? Quietly let her leave. I like both the ditchling one and the... Well, let's ask her about the ditchling, since she has, like, information.
These are not
about
explore options.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just ask her if she knows anything else that could help us about the ditchlings, and if not, we can leave. I know you said you didn't know much besides stories. I'm afraid that's still true, but I'm sure that you and Stella have what it takes to get to the bottom of things. I'm so sorry to cut our conversation short, but I got things that need tending to. Okay, well, you know, it's alright. Stay safe and God bless. You probably have a bit of time before you needed at the library. Oh, should we swing by the general store? You want to do the diner first?
But they're both free.
I know they both explored. That's what I said. I said general store first.
Okay.
I didn't get to fully see in here. This is your first time seeing the general store in the light of day. A young man sits at the table by the register, too preoccupied with his phone to care that you stepped in. No! Do not offer him your boiled peanuts. You should leave town. There are monsters in the woods. Hi, I'm Dawn. If I wanted to buy chips or something, do I talk to you? Or what you doing on your phone? See ya without even... ask about, like, the buying chips. So if I wanted to buy chips, do I talk to you?
You can just have some chips if you want. It's not a big deal.
This is like Kanika's thing, right?
This is where
House?
Kanika works, yes.
Yeah. I'm paying for my chips. Won't that be stealing? Won't Kanika get mad? I'm good. I'm not about to turn down free stuff. Take chips. I could just say I'm paying for my chips. I'm paying for my chips. I insist.
Oh, come on. I'm trying to be nice.
The same stuff. Wouldn't that be stealing? What can you get mad? So, okay, I guess let's just explore. Won't Kanika get mad? Well, but wouldn't that make Kanika mad?
Well, she shouldn't have left me in charge while she's off doing whatever. If Kanika cares about me offering somebody some free chips, she can hire someone else and let me live my life. She inherited the store, and I don't want to keep getting suckered into working here just because I'm her brother. This is very interesting. We make most of our money on bulk orders anyways. A bag of chips doesn't make a difference.
I'm not gonna steal. I'm gonna tell Kanika about this. I'm good. Ooh, pie ham. I'm good. I'm not about to turn up. Is there an option to just, like, put money on the counter?
No.
Because by this point, I'm gonna say, like, I'm good. I'm fine now. I don't need to tell Kanika. It's fine.
Okay, you're just gonna leave?
Yeah, might as well.
Authentic
It's not
rocks.
giving me the option to pay. So, it's like, whatever. Authentic rocks. Fresh pickle.
In a barrel.
lemon something.
All right.
I guess I could just say, see ya. It doesn't appear to be any much else for me to do. Ah, the
Man.
youth. On their
Once again,
phones.
it's your playthrough, so I'm obviously abiding by your thing. But I did learn when I was looking up stuff after I finished chapter 3 in my personal playthrough that that is Kanika's brother. Obviously, you'll learn his name in a little bit. He is normally not silent, but like he is very laconic in that like classic teenager sort of way where he just does not want to interact with you unless you are hot, in which case he over communicates.
That's funny.
So your reluctance to talk to him was a little disappointing, but it's okay because why would you, right? I think it's fine.
I guess we could swing by the diner. At first, I was hoping we could do the library first and then go to the diner, but I guess if they give me the option now,
not how the
means
video
it's-
game works. No.
Yeah. So we should just we can do that. The diner's a little quiet today, but the air is heavy with the tantalizing smell of breakfast. I'm just gonna talk to Avery. I don't think anyone's really gonna care what I have to say, to be honest.
Give me one second.
You slide into the
I don't understand. My room is. Oh, it is a little warm outside, actually.
I slide into the booth across from Avery.
Sorry, it was so delightfully brisk this morning that I just left my my window open, and I felt the AC turn on, and I was like, "What the hell?" But then I looked at the thermostat for outside, and it's like, "No, yeah, it's 81. Never mind. That makes sense." Anyway, hey there, stranger.
Before you exchange words, when you
Sidles.
Okay, thank you. Sidles up a fresh mug of tea in hand. Heard you might need this. The answer to 29 down is oink, by the way.
What? But the clue is pen sound. How is that a sound a pen makes? Wait. Pen like pig pen? Are you kidding me? How's I supposed to guess that?
I don't know why you even bother with those things. They're just gonna frustrate you.
It's just something to do to fill the time. Maybe I should switch to Sudoku.
Winnie leaves Avery contemplating daily newspaper puzzles, returning to her seat behind the counter.
So, thanks for telling me about last night. If you want to really get into the grisly details, you can tell me. I won't judge. Explore, flirt, hot.
I guess we chatted about last night, but I actually came here because I wanted to get to know you. God dang it, this is so... try your tea. What if you don't believe me? Tell Avery about last night. Last night feels still raw. Why don't we don't just talk? I like the what if you don't believe me. I could tell you about last night, but what if you don't believe me?
I'm not here to judge. I'm here to listen.
Okay. Take a sip of your tea. You guys into like a sip of your tea. Tastes like you're drinking mold that someone tried to unsuccessfully spruce up with lemon balm. Okay. It tastes healthy. Take another. I'm just gonna politely, like, you know, put the tea down. I tried it. You politely put the tea back down, never intending to pick it back up, but nobody needs to know that.
I probably should have warned you about the tea. Chaga does not mess around. It's a fungus harvested from local birch trees. It's supposed to be super healthy for you. I'm sure it tastes like it. It's a challenging drink.
Okay, I think I can tell Avery, I guess, here. You spilled the beans. Glad to have someone to talk to you about the horrors of last night.
Wow. That's some heavy stuff. No wonder Stella seemed distant. Monsters in the woods. I may not have lived here long, but I never heard of anything like that happen around these parts. I can't say I like the thought of it. Now that I think about it, when the cops came in for their morning coffee, they mentioned something about going out into the woods to look for someone. Must have been Duke. They seem to be they seem so disconnected from it. I figured it couldn't be very serious, but wow.
What if the cops are in on it? They seem weirdly suspicious of me. I'm sure they've seen much worse. Small town cops not knowing how to do their job sounds about right. Well, it's not consulting people, but yeah, sure. I guess you could say they seem weirdly suspicious. I mean, like, I already think I know why, but, like, might as well say it. I don't get it. They saw Stella's footage. They saw what happened out there, but it feels so far. But it feels like so far all they've done is hound me.
Hey, I don't know if it'd help your anxiety, but even if they think you did something, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't bother going after you. Those cops come in here every day, and I feel like I know them pretty well by now. And let me tell you, they have no follow-through. I can't tell you the number of complaints they've just, like, dropped after a day or two. And I'll vouch for you if they try anything.
Okay, transplant, you regret moving here. You should get out of here before things get any worse. You should get out of here before things get... And take me with you. Let me know if you happen across any leads. Say nothing. I guess I can just say, let me know if you happen across any... Yeah.
Someone just really does not want to talk to the characters at all.
I don't even, like, I'm just looking at words and they're not registering. So I just looked at across and I was like, I don't know what that is. I don't know.
Are you okay? Do you need a minute?
I don't know. My brain just needs to keep working. You know, it's fine. Let's keep going.
We'll just end the conversation then, I guess.
We're on the case, but I hardly know where to start. Let me know if you hear anything.
Definitely. Oh man, it looks like my shift is starting. Hopefully this Shaga's had a chance to start working its magic. The diner's where everyone comes to gossip, so I hear a lot about what's going on around here. I'll let you know if anyone mentions those monsters or anything else strange or unusual.
Avery slips out of the booth, giving a friendly half wave before disappearing into the back. You just hear, like, hyperventilating or something start happening. Great. You leave the diner ready to continue your day. Head to the library. Oh my god. Gretchen. You enter the former town hall. What once must have been a stately foyer has since been converted into rows of shelves. Meeting rooms and offices long ago gave way to assorted reference collections and reading areas.
Oh hey, you made it.
I would settle in first. If someone, like, calls out to you, you're gonna go talk to them. You head over to Stella and Kanika's table and settle in.
Hey, you made it. Glad you could join us. Do I guess I do have to just read both. Fuck. Morning, Don. You look tired.
Snitch on the guy from the gen. Oh no, don't do that. It's fine. Ha ha ha. Yeah, the estate isn't. That sucks. Why would you? Why would you have that on whatever it is that's on?
Because she's a fan of Madoka Magica, obviously.
Oh Jesus, that's not the estate.
Don't you remember she was wearing a Sailor Moon shirt when you saw her last?
The Sailor Moon is one thing. Having that as
what?
a sticker.
What's wrong with Cube? Cube did nothing wrong, all right?
The estate isn't the easiest place to get a good 8 hours. It's hard to fall asleep last night, all things considered. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I'm pretty amped up, actually. I've never done a Scooby-Doo before. You can't just tell someone they look tired. Remain silent. Okay, scroll up. I'll say, haha, yeah, the estate isn't the easiest place to get a good 8 hours. I never realized houses could get so windy.
I can only imagine. That place was already falling apart the last time I was there, and it's been years. I can't believe it hasn't been condemned. Not that there's anyone here to do the condemning. Anyways, I guess we should get started. How about this? Do we want to switch? Like, you can do. Do you want to do Oscar?
Let me be the man, okay?
All right,
for once
you will
in
be. You
my
will
life,
be.
okay?
You voice a lot of men. All right.
There's a lot of animals that are men. And literal stranger. We won't be strangers for long. Offer him your boiled peanut. Introduce yourself. Just introduce yourself. Oh, dang it, these boiled peanuts. Hey, I'm Dawn, Tabitha's cousin. I'm in town for the funeral, or funerals by this point. Oh, I should have known you were a Scarlet. You look so much like Vivian. Not that I knew her very well. I was still a little kid when she left. That Scarlet resemblance, it's strong. Okay, what's this Scarlet resemblance? Not that that's a bad thing.
It's literally just like you look like the family members all have like a similar look to them. If you because obviously the color palette in this game is extremely muted, right? But if you go on like they have like a Tumblr where they post all their concept art and stuff. All of the Scarlets appear to have like a very pale blonde hair, and then like kind of not like pale skin, like, but not even like really gray either. Like I guess like just like a gross beige color to their skin, if that makes sense. Like not pale like they're vampires, but then not gray like they're dead. It's like a weird in between, I guess. So I think that's what he's referring to. Because Tabitha has that, and you see her spread all the time, and then you can look at concept art for Pearl Ann and Vivian, and it's very similar.
I'm Oscar Gutierrez, chief librarian and only librarian.
Oscar's amazing. He practically built this library from scratch. Yeah, and I'm a little jealous of what the kids around here get to grow up with. They don't know how good they have it. Back when I was in elementary school, all the library had was a couple shelves of boring books donated by old people.
Y'all are too kind. But speaking of kids, have either of you seen Rosalina around town? Sometimes it's like Rosalind.
It's Rosalina.
That had the A. Yeah. I don't want to be a helicopter dad, but she hasn't been answering my texts, and I wanted to make sure she isn't getting into trouble around there.
I don't know if it's super obvious, by the way, just because apparently you're a little delirious, so I'll just point out the only other characters that you've been able to have an immediate hot response to, like you just met them and you can...
Oh, was the date people?
So Oscar is one of the romantic...
So single dad is an option?
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's single, by the way. That would be bad of my character to just start flirting with a married man. I wanted to make sure if she's okay. You know the crowd she hangs out around with?
They're good kids at heart. I'm sure they're just up at the old Maxwell place doing teen stuff. I went up there plenty of times in my day, but I'll be sure to keep my eyes peeled.
I'm just mad that I can't pet Gretchen. Look at her. Look at how she's looking at us. Explore what's the old Maxwell place. I don't like the thought of teens getting up to mischief with all the addictions in the woods. I'm sure she's fine, say nothing. Let's ask about this Maxwell house. What's the old Maxwell place?
It's this great old abandoned spot. We used to hang out there when we were teens. I can't believe I used to be so reckless. The floors were like Swiss cheese.
I should really have a talk with Rosalina when she gets home. I don't like the thought of teens getting into mischief, yeah. No. I don't like the thought of teens getting up in mischief with ditchlings in the wood. Ditchlings?
That's actually why we came in today. Have you ever heard of them? They're cryptid, and seeing one's supposed to mean a disaster was around the corner.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Dang, worth a shot. And look at that little dude, little duder.
That's funny.
Anyway, if if you were, say, trying to predict a horrible disaster that might befall our town, where would you start looking?
Well, they say history repeats itself, so I'd probably try and figure out what sort of disasters this region typically falls prey to. Smart. Or should I be worried or something? Well, someone did die, so yes.
I don't know yet. I'll be right back. I gotta nab some books. Behave on gone, Gretchen.
Oh, you don't have to worry about her, Stella. You're such a good dog, aren't you, Gretchen? Here, have a biscuit, old gal. Gretchen inhales a soft biscuit, drool leaking from her toothless mouth as she swallows it whole. I mean, does that look like swallowing it whole? The art's a lie.
I'm pretty sure Stella's barking up the wrong tree, Oscar. I don't think you have to worry about any horrible calamity befalling the town. But she's right about the weird stuff. There's definitely something unusual going on out in the woods.
I don't believe in this supernatural stuff, but the woods aren't safe. A man's already dead. It's nothing that we can't get the bottom of. Whatever's out there in the woods has been brutalizing the local wildlife. Get out of here while you still can. Remain silent. I kind of want to say a man's already dead.
You want to say that?
I don't know how much worse. I don't know how worse you could get. Like, seriously. Like, I saw it, right? Yeah, a man's already dead. Like, this is bad. It's not good. Man's already dead. I say it's reasonable to play it safe. I'm gonna try calling Rosalina again. Yeah.
I'm sure she's fine, really. Rosalina's a smart kid. She knows better than to go around getting into trouble, and we'll make sure to keep our eyes peeled.
Thanks, Kanika. And Dawn, if you see a 13-year-old girl with a black braid and glasses, would you let her know her dad is worried about her? Sure. Oscar anxiously wanders off, phone in hand.
Got him. Just grabbed a whole mess of local history books.
Stella sets a massive pile of books on the table and pulls up a chair.
All right. This is going to be so much faster with you two. With the two of you here to help out. Got our snacks, got our source documents. Let's get this research party started.
Reading awaits.
I will help you out and I will read these. Because it's a lot of narration.
Flip through veins of Scarlet, a history. Okay, well, can you...
No, I'm about to say,
lines?
I would recommend reading all of these.
Yeah, Scarlet Hollow, soldier, woodsman, leader. Silas Scarlet? Oh, that's someone on our family. Population folk monsters. Reading is for suckers. How dare you? Books are amazing, but I don't know. Maybe if you're hot, you don't think so. Okay, yeah, let's just start from the top.
Forced into retirement at the age of 50 due to a war injury from his time in the Indian Wars, exacerbated by his short stint serving as captain in the Confederacy, Silas Scarlet also lost his eldest two sons to the bloodiest of wars, leaving his third eldest son, Andrew Jackson Scarlet, to take charge of the mine.
That's an unfortunate person to be named after.
Are you sure? Because in the Confederacy, they fucking, former Confederates loved Andrew Jackson. I wonder why.
I should say, from a modern day perspective, it's unfortunate.
Under his leadership, the mine prospered, undoubtedly in part due to the growth of the railroad industry. Managed to evade the coal union for decades, making them one of the most profitable mines in the country. Andrew Scarlet built the surrounding town into what it is today, with the expensive stone buildings, a bustling main street, and overseeing it all, the elegant Scarlet Estate that was, until 1895, the largest and finest feat of architecture in the region. Culminating in the tragic collapse of 1918, it was found that Charles Shaw, the co-manager of the mine, had loosened security measures to increase production during World War I, resulting in a fatal collapse and the deaths of over 160 men and boys, some as young as 10. The casualties, including Andrew Jackson Scarlet's son, Theodore, his brother, Enoch V. Scarlet, who had taken over for their aging father due to the bustle of the war, managed to pull the mine from the brink of ruin, thereby saving the town. So this was This is how your family made its fortune. This
I'm
mine.
wondering if like
I think a part of the backstory that they also left out of this is that the mine was something that they were awarded. Like, the mine was something that the Scarlet family was awarded due to their service in the Confederacy as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's like direct, like, war profiteering kind of stuff at the very beginning as well.
I wonder whether or not like ditchlings would appear for something like this, because like
Absolutely.
it's one thing to appear. Okay, because I was like, it's one thing to appear for like natural,
Like a
disaster,
supernatural
it's
event
another-
versus like a natural event. Exactly.
Yeah, so it's like you can't really like guess that this would happen. You know?
Right.
Like obviously it could be like someone is messing around with security. Like
Well, because remember what I told you? Like, a murder is like one ditchling, right? So like,
yes.
if it's like the collapse of a mine, does that qualify as 160 murders? Probably not. It probably counts as like a tragedy, which is arguably worse. So in my mind, I would imagine that around the time of the mine's collapse, there was probably like 200 to 250 ditchlings just like around. But we saw that many last night. You know?
Yeah. So it's something this big scale. Okay. Gotcha. It won't repeat, right? Once we've seen something, it'll
No,
just go
you
away.
can see there's already, that one was already
Yeah.
eliminated.
Okay, let's keep going.
Silas Everett Scarlet was born to Colonel Everett J. Scarlet in 1818, one of 12 siblings. He grew up in eastern North Carolina during a tumultuous time in the state's history, and not much is known about his life before he joined the army in 1836. He quickly rose through the ranks, in part due to his father's connections, but also due to a particular ruthlessness, which he received the nickname Bloody Silas Scarlet.
Oh, it's
The
always
federal-
nice to have bloody in your nickname.
Sorry?
It's always nice to have the word bloody.
Yeah, it's probably like, the brutal Silas Scarlet, bloody Silas Scarlet. Probably a great person.
Ooh.
Anyway, the federal government granted the now Captain Silas a tract of bounty land in exchange for his service in the Indian War. Oh, sorry, that's what it was.
Oh, so it's just in a different book. Okay.
He settled in the hills of North Carolina in 1841. That land would become Scarlet Hollow. But it started as a simple log cabin built by Silas's own two hands, occupied by his family of 10. Silas, his wife Mary Joseph Scarlet, and their 8 children. Logging business brought many workers and fellow landowners to the hills, but it wasn't until Silas discovered rich seams of coal running underneath the entire region that Scarlet Hollow had really been put on the map.
So was this the father? Sorry, was this the father that like the other person from the other book took over for?
I believe Silas was the father of Enoch. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, of Enoch and something else. I don't remember the other name, but yeah. He saved what he could and bought the surrounding hillside at a great discount, cleverly hiding that he knew that about the land's true value. Thus, he had all the resources to found Scarlet Hollow's now famous coal mine. You're finished with this one.
Yes.
Woo! The only one that I actually wanted to read. The other two are important for world building. This one's just fun. A few entries catch your eye. All right, Saba, you tell me which one you want to read first. The Wampus Cat.
Heard of the Wampus Cat?
A large cat-like creature with a loud howling voice, often said to sound like a woman crying out in pain. Tommyknockers, enigmatic cave-dwelling creatures primarily known for causing mischief. A Tallypoo, a small creature with a long tail and wide yellow eyes. Or we could just not read anything.
Let's do the Tommyknockers first, because I feel like I've heard of maybe the other two.
Tommyknockers originated in Cornish mythology, spreading to the United States when Cornish immigrants began working in the Appalachian mines. Or, as locals would say, Appalachian. They're named for the knocking that can be heard from seemingly within the walls before a cave-in. According to some, the knocking serves as a benevolent warning. Others believe that the creatures take stolen hammers to the supports of the mines and collapse them on whoever's unfortunate enough to still be inside. They are traditionally thought to be impish, leprechaun-like beings, but some claim that they are spirits of dead miners, forever cursed to haunt their final resting place.
Okay. I guess we could do the rest as well. Wompish.
Wompish cat. Often linked to Cherokee legends, some cite the Wampus Cat as originating with the story of a woman who sought vengeance against a monstrous cat demon for driving her husband mad. She hunted it down and, by wearing a bobcat mask, tricked it into using its own vile magic on itself, freeing the people of their region from its evil. Others say the creature comes from a story of a woman who wore the pelt of a wild cat to witness forbidden hunting rites. The hunters of her village gathered to perform the rites, and she watched in secret from underneath the cat's pelt, but was soon discovered. For her indiscretion, she was fused to the pelt and transformed into a creature that was neither human nor cat, forced to wander the wilderness alone, feared by all. Her calls are those of great sadness and serve as a warning to anyone who dares go against tradition. So, two things about the Wampus Cat. A, Wampus Cat is a cryptid that I already knew prior to, this game. And one of my favorite things about this is, part of the, myth or whatever of the Wampus Cat is, it has a scream, like a howl that sounds like a woman, just yelling or whatever, right? I'm sure you probably already know this, and I'll say this for, posterity, for anyone just online or whatever, cougars and, whatever name you want to use, they just do that. That's just how they sound.
Yeah.
I remember there was a thing on Reddit, a couple years ago where it was just, somebody was taking a hike through the woods and they pull out their phone and it was just, straight up, it just sounded like a woman screaming bloody murder, in the woods. And people in the they were clearly, it was so funny because it was clearly, people who know versus people who don't know. Because people who don't know were like, "Oh my god, that's what kind of monster is that?" And then people who know are like, "Yeah, that's a mountain lion telling you to back the fuck up."
I mean, it's kind of cool. I don't know if you've heard like fox noises in the middle of the night, but those two are also pretty scary. The first couple of times I heard it, I was like, "That sounds like a hurt kid or something." But then after a while, when it repeated, I'm like, okay, I think it's just an animal. I just don't know what other animal until I looked it up and it was like, that's a fox. And I was like, okay, good to know.
The other part of this, because this is where you get into folklore and stuff, right? Where a lot of folklore is not nailed down because it's obviously all just stories, right? That people are telling each other. In my original understanding of the Wampus Cat legend, admittedly, there's a lot of legends in the North America, supercontinent, that are just some variation of big cat with weird thing. So my original understanding of the Wampus Cat was that the tail gets thicker and denser towards the end, thus effectively acting like a bullwhip that it can use to just smash apart trees or crush your skull. That was a part. That was that was my understanding as to why it was called the Wampus Cat specifically, because it womped you. Right?
Oh, okay. Womp,
yeah,
womp. Okay.
That's why I understood that. But anyway, on to the Talipo.
Talipo.
There was a hunter who lived in a tiny cabin in the middle of the woods, all alone with his hunting dog. One night, after a particularly bad week of hunting, both their stomachs empty, the hunter spied something out of the corner of his eye. Some small creature had gone into the cabin through a hole, and before he could even figure out what it was, he'd drawn his gun and fired at the thing, his hunger guiding his actions. But it was quick and ran back through its hidey hole out of sight, leaving only its long black tail shot off by the hunter's rifle. "Guess this'll have to do," he said to his dog, and threw the tail in the pot to cook a soup. He and his dog ate well that night, the tail filling them both up. The hunter crawled into bed, satisfied, and his dog curled up at his feet. He woke up to the
They both
sound of
died.
long nails scrabbling against wood. His dog was nowhere in sight, only a rumpled spot on the covers where he'd been. And in the gloom, he saw two big yellow eyes staring at him. I want my daily poo. A high, hoarse voice croaked from the darkness. Go away! He screamed at the thing. But it stepped closer to him, still shrouded in darkness, the sound of long claws dragging across hardwood accompanying its movements. I want my daily poo, the creature growled again. I'll get my dog after you. The dog is clearly dead, you idiot.
He's taking the tail out of his stomach. Yeah, you're done. You're good. He's gone.
Bro,
Sorry,
but there was no dog to be seen. I want my daily poo. Before the hunter could so much as scream, the creature leapt from the darkness, long claws stretched out towards the hunter. No one is sure what the creature did to him that night, but the next morning, all that remained of the hunter, his dog, and his cabin was a chimney standing alone in the woods. So this one,
he ate the house too.
So this is one of the things that I like. This is one of the things I love about just like American folklore in general, and obviously like global folklore does this too. But like obviously American folklore, it's very like close because I'm familiar with these. But like old cabins, and once again you know this, but like old cabins were often just completely constructed out of wood, except for their chimneys, which had to be stone, obviously, right? So it's like you would have these cabins, they would eventually be abandoned, whether, you know, the person died or moved away or whatever. And so after like years and years of wear and tear and stuff, the only thing that would be remaining is just a chimney. And that's obviously just like, you can just think about it for 2 seconds and that makes sense, right? But I love the idea of like, there are so many folklore like legends that try to explain, oh, this is why there are just random chimneys out in the woods. Because I will tell you, as a person who does go on nature walks on occasion, it is weird. Certainly, when you're just like walking through the woods, there's not a single person in sight, and you look to your left and like off in the distance, it's like, yeah, that's just a fucking chimney. What the hell? You know, it's definitely weird.
Yeah. Okay, we're done, I guess.
You close the book
and put it back. I think I'm good. Let's check in.
All right, if we're going with Kanika's if we're going with what Kanika's mom told us last night, I think we can rule out any natural disasters as what brought the ditchlings here. But not nuclear incidents. Looks like our state has a history with those. What about y'all? Did you find anything? Cat.
Cat! Before you can respond, a handsome black cat leaps up to the table. Stella quickly slams her book shut.
Aw, hey, Pixel. You might want to close your book. He loves to rip up any paper he can find. Don't worry, little guy. I didn't forget your treats.
Pixel immediately goes to town on Stella's treats. Sorry if Pixel's bothering y'all. Hopefully he hasn't gobbled up any of our books. He can't stand the thought that people might pay attention to anything that isn't him. Why do you let a paper shredder freely wander the library? That is an interesting question, but I'm assuming they're just like nice people.
You want to say that?
So I guess we could ask. Yeah. Yeah, why do you do that? Have you seen this? Have you seen this little guy's face? How could I say no to that? You decide to leave Pixel be. The cat curls up on the table, fast asleep. Okay. Alright, I'll get back to shelving. Let me know if you need anything, if y'all need anything. Any good luck with Rosalina? Stella, what's that you were saying about nuclear incidents? Do you think there's a cult here? Talk about the veins of Scarlet. Talk about, like, the books you read. Do you think Wayne factors into any of this? Oh, that's an interesting question. Why don't we just help look
So
for her?
I will tell you, this is all just like information, obviously. So almost
Yeah.
all of these you can just
I think
do
we can
freely
ask.
if you want.
Yeah, let's ask about if Rosalina's okay. We could probably kind of go down the list as well. Have you had any luck with Rosalina? Not yet. I know a teen would be a handful, but I didn't think it'd happen overnight. Probably head out once you're all done and check in on her usual haunts. Okay, nuclear incidents.
You were talking about that Goldsboro thing, right? Yeah. Apparently in the 60s, a B-52 carrying a live warhead broke up mid-air and dropped a couple of bombs.
Fascinating bit of history there. The first of the two bombs landed upright after its parachute got caught in a tree. Thankfully, it didn't go off. Hopefully, they removed it. At the time, the government claimed the bomb was unarmed, but it later came out that the only thing preventing a detonation was a single electrical switch which failed to trigger on the descent.
And 60 years later,
the
the second bomb still hasn't been recovered.
Oh, I think that could be a very bad thing. Oh no. Right? It's conventional explosive degenerated in midair, but most of the nuclear material was made unrecoverable by flooding. Okay, I thought I said something else. If I remember correctly, they just buried it and sealed it up. I don't think disarming nuclear bombs is part of our skill sets. The nuke made the ditchlings. If the bomb is somewhere else, why would there be so many ditchlings here? That's interesting. Oh god, we're screwed, say nothing. I like the bomb was somewhere else, why would there be ditchlings here? Yeah.
Yeah, Goldsboro is almost 400 miles from here. Not that we should be looking too hard at the disaster angle. Whatever those creatures are, they're biological.
So yeah, the actual place where that happened is like 400 miles is far enough that even if that bomb did detonate now,
It would largely not affect Scarlet Hollow, like as of right now.
Yeah, so okay, at first I was gonna be like, oh it's that, but yeah, that's okay. You never know with radiation.
Look, you never know with radiation. We actually know quite a bit. It just melts you, it doesn't make you a monster, and a 60-year-old bomb isn't going to explode on its own 100 miles away and kill us here. You never know. There could always be a whole underground society of bomb-worshipping mutants just waiting to blow it up. I miss this.
So we could ask about a cult, sure.
You want to do that now?
Okay, well now that you've said that, okay, fine, let's talk about the books instead and then whisper at the end.
Do you want it to go in order?
Yeah, may as well. So about the coal mines here. Mika visibly shudders.
I get cold sweats just thinking about being in a place like that. I feel for the guys who work up there. I could never. Speak for yourself. I love a good crevasse.
What happened after the mine collapse and union busting mine collapse from poor working conditions? Color me shocked. Maybe the ditchlings are here to foretell another collapse. What if the ditchlings are coming from the mines? What if there's something toxic in the mines poisoning the town? Wayne seems sick. We never even brought up Wayne fully, but I'm not sure how they tie in, but the mines seem important. The whole town is built around them. That seems pretty good. Mines seem too obvious. It's gotta be something else. Let's go back to, were there any explore at the top? Okay. Yeah, we can do first what happened after the mines collapse. The book just kind of glosses over that. There was a union for a little bit, but it didn't last. There's not a whole lot written about the past century here.
Yeah, the Scarlet Hollow mine isn't exactly the most ethically run business. No offense or anything, I'm sure Tabby runs the mines better than Charles Shaw did. Still hasn't let the union in, though. There's a reason she and I don't talk.
You guys have a bone to pick with Charles Shaw? Okay, I need to...
Charles Shaw was the guy that the history book blamed for the collapse in 1890 something or whatever.
Sure, let's ask about that. Like, let's see if they have any other information about Charles Shaw.
That's what happens when someone directly causes a monumental disaster, especially in a small town like this. People tend to spit when they hear your name. He got run out of town on a rail, you know. Did you ever, do you know what that phrase actually means in, like, real life?
Got run out of a town on a rail?
Yeah.
I don't think so. No, I don't think I've heard of it.
So, for a while, and in popular, like, media and stuff, getting run out of town on a rail was described as if it was like you got, like, strapped to an iron rail, like a train track rail, and then they would, like, lift you to a hillside and then just roll the rail down so that way it just fucking crushed you over and over. That's what it was in, like, popular media and stuff. No, in actuality, what it was just get the fuck out of here, and they would just tell you to follow the train tracks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was definitely not as cool.
That second one makes more sense. Yeah.
And that's not a figure of speech. Back then, they actually tied you to a rail and ran you out of town. There's a big mural over on the far wall. It's true. You could see it when we first walk in.
I did see that. It was like, I thought it was like firefighters though. I didn't realize it was.
Well, everything was on fire because there was a little bit of a riot going on, right? Because that would have been right after the collapse, hypothetically.
Mm-hmm.
You got off easy, if you ask me.
We could say the top one as well. It seems kind of bad, but it's like, yeah. Surprise, surprise. Someone does something stupid and, you know. I'll be shocked.
Yeah, it's pretty awful.
That's what the sculpture out front is for, commemorating all the men and children who died that day.
Every kid in Scarlet Hollow learns about the collapse of 1918. Our teachers love to emphasize how many children they had working down there. Probably to try to show us how good we have it or whatever. Low bar, if you ask me. You know, that could be what the ditchlings are warning us about. Another collapse. Writing it down on the list of potential disasters.
I like that.
Yeesh, Stella, that's morbid. And besides, it was all Charles Shaw's fault. The labor market is way more strict now. And there's no way you could get away with that kind of safety cutback, with the kind of safety cutbacks he pulled.
Y'all don't actually think the mine is about to collapse, right?
No, I don't think so.
Phew, had me worried there for a second. I would, you know.
I hate to give Tabitha any credit, but the mine is safer now than it was back then. Still, a horrible thought.
You never know. That's true. Like a collapse of like, it's not like things can just happen, you know.
Yeah, I'm about to say mines collapse all the time. I mean, that's kind of why we don't. Well, that's not true. Like you do non-open face mines, but like
you
I don't know. Like you don't really see mines in that same way anymore, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I agree. Things. What are the dishes? What are something in the mines? I think maybe we can ask.
This is no longer asking. This would move the conversation forward.
Yeah, I'm either. Okay, let me tell you. I'm either between the one you're on right now and the Wayne being sick one.
Wayne seems sick.
Yeah, which one do you think would seem like a
You're asking the guy who's already done this chapter 3 times?
Yeah, so you may be able to have, because it's like I do want to ask about Wayne, but I'm wondering whether or not it's like relevant to this conversation because like
I will let you know that if you like, are you Saba really that curious about Wayne? And that's not me being like you should or shouldn't be. That's me genuinely asking.
I mean, the guy knew our name.
he knew
So I
your
feel
name,
like-
and he clearly
yeah.
looks fucked up, right? Like he
Yeah.
you know, he has like a veil covering his face, and the veil is always tinged with blood, right? So it's like, yeah, that's pretty not good, you know, obviously. So if you want to bring, because like, I think the implication of this is that this is supposed to be you still reeling from how fucking creepy it was that he just like snuck, because he snuck up behind you and then like called your name out, right? Like, welcome back,
Like
just
whisper,
welcome home.
yeah.
Right? Like, that's obviously fucked up. So I think that this is kind of akin to that idea, which is just like, you know, you're still freaked out
Because
by
it's
it.
like I'm wondering, 'cause, like, I would totally also be fine with like if this comes up later with like Sybil to be like, hey, can you explain to me how Wayne knows my name and stuff like that? But it's just like,
I will tell you that
the
if you
game.
want to know more about Wayne, we will have ample opportunity to do so later. And if anything, you're probably going to have an easier time doing it because your character has like huge tits or whatever.
okay, okay, if that's the case, okay, I think I'm happy then with doing the second one. I'm not sure I agree with it, but the mines seem important.
Because this is like in all of my playthroughs, this is my response. Because it's like,
Yeah.
I think it's too obvious to say that like this is too many ditchlings for just like, oh, it's another mine collapse. Because that's the thing. There's also like less people working in the mines than there used to be. Because remember, they said like back in 1819 or whatever, or 1918, it was 160 people, including kids, right? You don't know this exactly just quite yet, but like as of now, it's like 50 people like working the entire mine, not even like in the mine at all times. So it's like, why would there be more ditchlings
Yeah, I
for
don't think
less
there'd be
people?
enough ditchlings. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm not sure I agree with that, but the mines seem important.
Yeah, that's fair. They're bound to be relevant in some way. Hard to argue against that, but it doesn't really give us much to go on. And just because something seems obvious doesn't necessarily mean it's right or relevant. That was
Okay,
one
so-
book, by the way.
Lovely.
So you want to do the next one?
Yes, sir. So, Silas Scarlet. Rich guy in the South, I should have known it wouldn't be pretty. I guess he was a product of a different time. Who knows what futuritions will think when they look back on us? Oh, that's fun. I'll talk about self-made man. Seems like a great dude. You think ditchlings are here for retribution? I get it. It must have been this burial ground situation, right? Like in Poltergeist. This town is stuck in the past and built on atrocities. It's already practically collapsing in on itself, no offense. He seems like a terrible person, but I don't see what this has to do with bad omens or creatures in the wood. That seems... I don't think he's really relevant to whatever's happening right now. Never mind. Let's ask that. I think the second explore option. Yeah, let's ask that. Let's bring that up.
You want to say this?
It's just an interesting thought. And it's explore.
Okay, I'm gonna click on this because this is your playthrough, obviously. But I do want to ask you, like, sure, there are certain values that like shift over time, but like having forced child labor in your mines so that way you can like profiteer off their suffering and labor, that's universally bad, no matter when you come from.
I mean, it's true. That's not like we're not saying that it's good. I just really like this statement in general, and not attributing it to him. I just wonder what they're gonna say to that.
Right, but that's what you said. Like your statement is going to be, so Silas Scarlet, I guess he was a product of a different time. If you if you want to say this, I will click on this, obviously, because it's your playthrough. I just wanted to, I don't know. Like, it's just funny because obviously these three explorers are a spectrum, right? Like rich guy in the South.
Yeah,
wow,
like,
who would have guessed?
Seems like a great guy is definitely not what I want to claim.
But that's the thing. Wow, talk about a self-made man. Like, that's obviously like a very different kind of character. And by the way, I will tell you that this one, not that you're interested, but like this one immediately locks you out of Kanika.
Seems reasonable.
So, okay, you want to do this one?
Yeah, I just want to see what they have to say about that idea.
Yeah, Tama, look, who would have guessed? People don't like that. Sure, but the dude was still a monster.
That's fine. Yeah,
Sorry you're related to him.
reasonable. Okay. Okay, I don't know much about Poltergeist, but I'm assuming it's like haunted grounds.
The movie?
And, like they're coming back. Yeah.
In Poltergeist, the neighborhood was built on like an Indian burial ground sort of thing, and that's why their house is like haunted. And you know, the family like the whole movie is because of that. So that's kind of what they're implying here.
Okay. Can you scroll down again? I want to see because I technically read all these. Yeah, he seems like a I do think I remember. Yeah, I don't see. I think that's what I wanted to say.
Which one?
He seems like a terrible person, but I don't know what this has to do with this. Yeah.
I do genuinely think that because like if this was a real scenario, like if this was in the real world, I would agree with this statement. And once again, we'll click on it because that was your choice, right? But like in the real world, I would agree with this statement because it's like, yeah, he might have been like a real piece of shit, but that doesn't like just being a piece of shit doesn't mean that monsters start spawning, right? Like that's not how that works, at least normally. But then from like a video game standpoint, the fact that they're bringing it up at all means that it must be relevant, right?
In some way, yeah.
Yeah, and that's like kind of the only like catch-22 when it comes to like writing a mystery
the gamer in us
like
is
this.
like, yeah, like why are we even talking about them all unless it means?
Well, because like imagine if like because in real life, if we were doing this, right, like if we were sitting around in this library like researching the history of Scarlet Hollow, we would have like a fucking 2-hour conversation about something that was irrelevant to the mystery, but we just wouldn't know. Whereas like in a video game, you can't do that because you have pacing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I like this better than like the statement right below that one was like, I don't think this is relevant. I'm just like, I like this one because it's just like, I don't know what this has to do with this. I'm not too sure.
It seems like this statement is actually quite reflective of the previous statement that you said as well, which was like, I don't know if it's the mines, but the mines must be relevant, right? Like it's kind of like a mirror of that, where it's like, yeah, the guy was like a piece of shit, but like, I don't know. Did he do some sort of blood ritual? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, if there's something like that, then I would have been like, okay, maybe he unleashed a curse upon the land or something like that, but say that.
I agree. We're talking about ancient history here. Yeah, we probably have better leads.
It never hurts to have historical context. So, folk monsters. Wampus kids sound like, haha, there you go, mountain lions. Do you think the ditchlings are Tommy knockers? Yeah, do you think Wayne is a Tommy knocker? Used to tell me that tally post story. I'd totally forgotten about it. Oh, that's cool. My mom?
Which one do you want to do?
Let's do my mom. It scared me really bad. I didn't eat soup for years. I thought a monster might try to dig it up out of my stomach.
I love that one. There's this old chimney in the woods that I used to think was the chimney from a Tally-Poo or Tally-Po. Once again, I don't remember there being an I. I always thought it was Tally-Poo, but maybe I don't know, whatever. The one that was left after the thing did whatever it did. Now I know that's just because chimneys don't burn down and wooden houses do. That doesn't mean it's not a chimney from a Tally-Poo. I've camped out there a couple of times and I've seen some pretty spooky stuff. Yeah, I watched that video. You saw raccoons. Oh, other kind of thing that's kind of fun. In the powerful build, once again, you just are generically like athletic, right? And whatever. Yeah. When you're out like looking for Skunk Ape with Stella, you can choose to say the line of like, man, it's really nice to have somebody who can actually like keep pace with me on a hike. And Stella, she fucking hits you right back where she's like, oh, I was actually going easy because I thought you might need like a little like to get acclimated to the local climate. But if you really want to go, we can. And your character, like if you say like hell yeah, the next time you talk, your character's like out of breath and she's totally fine. It's very. I love the idea because she doesn't look. I mean, she doesn't look like whatever, but like she doesn't look like somebody who would be hiking all the time. But clearly, she does.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get rabies one of these days, chafing after wildlife like that. What can I say? I like to live on the edge.
Let's do the first one.
Wampus cats sound like they could. Oh, and then Stella's like mad because remember she said that there's no mountain lions in North Carolina.
I mean, that's fine, but like in general, right? Voice like a woman crying out somewhere between person size and cat size.
Definitely, they are 100% mountain lions. Kanika, you know that there are no mountain lions up here. I thought you were supposed to be a skeptic. But the myths are old, right? Mountain lions didn't go extinct in the Appalachians that long ago. Those legends must have haven't died off yet. Almost every cryptid can be tracked down to either a hoax or someone getting confused about a perfectly normal animal. Sometimes both. Bigfoot, for instance, starting out as a prank. Then folks saw bears walking around on their hind legs and got freaked out. Now here we are. You'll eat those words when I get the first footage of Bigfoot. First clear footage of Bigfoot. If you manage that, I will print out a piece of paper that says Bigfoot isn't real and literally eat it. I promise. I'm holding you to it.
I guess we can ask about Tommy knockers. I don't think Wayne
They're
is a
both
Tommy
questions
knocker.
about Tommy knockers.
No, I know. Because I'm like, I don't think Wayne is one, right? Because
Well, they were described. Well, so they were described in the book as either being similar to leprechauns or spirits. Where I think clearly what we saw was more of a spirit, but I don't know. That's your choice.
Let's suss about like the ditchlings being Tommy knockers. What's with the whole warning thing?
Good thought, but Tommy knockers live in mines. That's their whole thing. I'm gonna write it down though. Tommy knockers are literally just the sounds that happen when a bunch of rocks and wood are about to collapse. Are they? Or are they the sound of mysterious creatures pounding on rocks and support beams with hammers to cause a collapse? There's simply no way to know.
Ah, yes, Schrodinger's cat. Let's move on. I guess we could.
You wanted to bring up the cult earlier, but it's your choice whether or not
Yeah.
you want to bring Wayne into this at all.
Let's first ask about the cult. You lean in and quietly whisper to Stella and Kanika. Do you guys think there's like a cult here? Those cops were awfully suspicious, almost like they're trying to cover something up. Maybe the ditchlings were actually nudists doing some sort of weird ritual. Don't think so. Maybe the ditchlings were like summoned. A lot of folks feel tense and closed off. Maybe we could say the ditchlings were summoned?
Sure. I will give you an extra detail as well, just because it's from a playthrough that we're probably not going to ever get to. When you're doing your physical build, and you save both Gretchen and Duke, when you get to the car, because Duke's car is parked in a different place than where the cops show up, and so there are actually ditchlings surrounding his car, and you have the option of either trying to scare them away, which just doesn't work, or you can physically just punch them, right? And so obviously that's what I did. I just ran up and punched a ditchling in the face, and it's very interesting to note that what it was described as was like there was clearly bone and organs inside the thing, but they weren't held together. The character described it as like, yeah, I punched the ditchling in the face, and it felt like just random bones and organs floating in like pudding.
Ew.
Yeah. So just
Did that get them away? I would imagine that's like. I mean, I don't know what would have happened.
what? You mean like after I punched them?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they ran. They don't like being attacked.
Okay.
That's why they were like, fucking with the shotgun, right? In your playthrough.
Mm-hmm. As part of a ritual or something like that.
Seems unlikely.
I guess we could ask about Wayne now. I think it's because it isn't explored. Do you think Wayne factors into any of this?
That creep who keeps coming around my mom's tea room? He snuck up on us last night, called out Dawn by name. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with him. Maybe he's sick? Maybe that has something to do with what you saw in the woods. I don't know. I'd buy it.
Okay. We should check out the mines. I think we should head back to the woods. Why don't we just help look for Rosalina? What do you all think? Remain silent. Okay, that's interesting. I do like what do you all think, but I also feel like I want to do the Rosalina one as well. Because that'll still end us up going back. Isn't that the place like near the woods, or it was just in a clearing? I thought they said.
I don't remember.
No. I guess maybe we should say what do you all think.
There's an awful lot of mine-related stuff in those notes. Maybe that should be our next stop? We can poke around, find out if anyone's seen anything weird. Just to clarify, you're suggesting we go to question some of the miners, right? We are not poking around unprepared into the actual mines, right? Right? Yeah, totally, 100%. I would never. We don't even have a good reason to go down there. Good. Let's keep it that way. You know how I feel about mines. I promise, Neeks. We're just gonna go question some of the miners. And if that questioning gives us good reason to poke around, say a cool abandoned coal mine, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You can cross that bridge when we come to it. I am not going underground. I'm just messing with you. We'll stick to the surface, probably. Okay, good. And hopefully we can find out what happened to Wayne while we're at it.
For the record, this was my idea. Do we have to? It seems like a lot of work. Maybe Tabitha can help us. Let's not bother Tabitha. Finally, the opportunity I've been looking for to get to... Sorry, did Tabitha's name come up? Then I just missed it?
No, you're forgetting some crucial piece of information that I don't know why you're... She runs the mine, Saba. She's there right now, running the place.
Oh, okay. That's true. That's true. All right, let's try to stay under the radar. Let's roll. Remain silent. Go back up. I wanna read. Do we have maybe Tabitha can help us out? I'm thinking because it's like she may not like it, but maybe we could be like, hey, do you have anyone we could like talk to for a second?
You want to say that?
Yes.
No. I don't think she'd be super jazzed to see any of us snooping around the mines. I can't imagine what she'd do if we actually bothered her while she was trying to run the place. She does get a little grumpy when she's at work. She gets grumpier at work. I'm pretty sure snark is that girl's baseline level of existence. Chatting over dinner might be a better way to get to know her. If you're okay eating boxed mac and cheese. We can check around the mines, no problem. We'll make sure to keep our eyes peeled for her. She won't even know we're there. Look at us, going out on a caper together. I miss this. I missed it too. I mean, sure, it's not under the best circumstances, but I've been so wrapped up in running the store, I didn't realize how much I missed being able to hang out with you. Though, there is something missing. Reese.
Reese is...
I can't do two voices at once, so sorry about that.
No, you're fine. It's totally acceptable.
I really miss that dude. I can't believe how long it's been since we've seen each other. Have you seen him lately? Nope. I've tried to plan stuff, but he's been too sick. I didn't realize it was getting that bad. Poor guy. You know, we could just pop over and surprise him. He seemed excited to meet Dawn. Maybe we'll finally get him to leave his little cave. Hell yeah, let's do it! Alright, let's roll out. See ya, Oscar. We'll let you know if we run into Rosalina.
Thanks, guys. I'll keep y'all posted.
Beautiful.
Well,
Alright.
I still like it, though I do kind of, I'm like, maybe going after Rosalina was like the best thing just because of everything bad that's been happening all over the place, but
Sure.
Reese's home stands on the edge of the forest wall, an isolated buffer cushioning the rest of the town from unending wilderness.
Reese, it's Stella. I brought some buddies too. So, Saba, brace yourself.
Okay.
Brace yourself. This
shut it.
character
Yeah.
is the one that I was like, of everybody, this is probably the most likely to pique Saba's interest, if anything. And for reasons that we'll get into in episode 4, obviously, of this playthrough, being interested in Reese is kind of important for like the special ending of chapter 4, which means that it's entirely up to you, because we don't have to do that, right? Like, we're not here for game reasons, we're here for story reasons. So when you see Reese, it's entirely up to you whether or not you want to say hell yeah or I'll pass.
Okay.
All right, you gotta be bitchy mom.
Shh, not so loud. He's still sleeping. Can I help you with something? The woman in the doorway stares directly into your eyes. You can practically feel her simmering irritation washing over you.
Hi, Dr. Kelly. We were wondering if it would be okay if Reese could come hang out. Nothing strenuous, we promise.
Nothing strenuous. We're just gonna be, sneaking through minds. There's nothing. I'm not going to wake him up. If he's sleeping, he probably needs it. Whatever you two have planned, is probably beyond what he can manage right now anyways.
Oh no, poor Reese. It's just been so long since either of us have gotten a chance to hang out with them.
Puppy dog eyes right now?
Yeah, look at Richard eyes.
Both
Doing
of
the
them,
same as
both of them
Stella
are puppy
eyes.
dog eyes. Okay.
It's just been so long since either of us have gotten a chance to hang out with them. I'm sure he and Dawn would get along super well, too.
Offer her your boiled peanuts. Hi, I'm Dawn, Vivian's kid. So if Reese is sick, we shouldn't be dragging him along on adventures. Yeah, nothing strenuous here at all. Remain silent. Let's just introduce ourselves. I'm gonna keep these boiled peanuts. There has to be, Zach, a reward for holding on to the peanuts for the entire game. And I'm gonna do it.
So I don't think so in up to episode 4, but and hopefully one of these weeks I'll be able to get to my theory, but I do believe that there might actually be something. Like, there might be a reason, but we'll have to get there.
I know who you are. Wish of what's looking at you as she speaks makes you feel like you've done something wrong, even though you're pretty sure you haven't done anything. Reese's mom turns back to the house sighing. Sorry, I know that was a little rude. You just want to hang out with Reese, and he misses both of you too. She sighs again, as if deciding whether to finish her thought. He's usually feeling his best around mid-afternoon. Why don't you come over tomorrow? We can have some supper and y'all can hang out for a bit. I mean, that's nice of her. I didn't promise that he'll be perky, but I'm sure it'll brighten his spirits to see you two again. And I suppose you can come too, Dawn.
That would be great. I can bring a side dish. Maybe deviled eggs? Does he still eat those?
No, eggs are a little much for him. They don't settle well. You can leave the cooking to me. I know what he can handle.
Okay, I'll bring soda then.
That's not... Okay, yes, fine. You can bring soda. Nothing with caffeine, ginger ale preferably.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, and leave the dog at home.
She might cheer him up. You know, they have those therapy dogs in hospital.
No dogs.
Thanks so much, Doctor. We'll stop bothering you now. See you later. Wow.
I like Zach. Brace yourself.
Straight up,
And,
straight
you
up,
don't see the
that's
dude.
not, unless I'm wrong, unless this scene continues, like, that's very weird.
Dr. Kelly nods in acknowledgement and quickly shuts the door. The sound of several locks clicking into place can be heard from within.
Wow! I have literally no idea what choices you made dialogue-wise that made Reese, like, not show up.
It's because we're hot.
That's really interesting, actually. I hope it doesn't. I don't think it's gonna fuck anything over, but I think.
Wow, that's crazy. God, that
I
woman
don't
makes
know.
me so nervous. I remember she used to be so nice and carefree when we were kids. She always had the best stickers when you had to get shots. Maybe she's just stressed about Reese. Or maybe she's just nice to kids. Either way, I guess it's just three of us. You gonna drive? Yeah, sorry. I don't like the thought of going up there without the van. Cool. I'll take my shortcut then. It shouldn't take long for me to get there. You're welcome to tag along, Don. Don't worry. I won't be offended if you rather ride with Kanika. I'm sure you're probably sick of the woods. Either way works for me.
Let's not ask about that. I'd rather keep Stella company because walking is, I would say, more dangerous than riding in the car.
I would agree with that. So you're gonna walk with Stella?
Yeah. I'll walk with Stella. We'll meet you there. The woods are calm and serene compared to last night, though you can't help but get the feeling that danger lurks just beyond the trees.
Hey, thanks for coming along with us. With Gretchen and me, I mean. I hope I haven't seemed too cold about everything that happened last night. The truth is, I'm barely keeping myself together. I just don't know how to let it out. Duke died out there last night, and I can't stop thinking that it might have been my fault. If only I dived for the flashlight. If only I hadn't dragged you along the woods. Maybe if only I had listened to you when you wanted to leave. I'm sorry.
Stella pauses, searching for what to say.
It's like there's this guilt boiling under my skin, but the only way I can express what happened is by turning off that part of me that feels things. When I'm around other people, it's like I think of Duke dying as just a thing that happened, like it's just another video. Because if I actually admit to other people I feel something, then I'd have to admit to myself that what happened was my fault. Wow, this is a very different man. Dude, I am constantly impressed by the company that like makes this game. This is a very, very different conversation than all of my playthroughs have had. I think it's because you were so cagey when it came to like continuing to like explore. So Stella had to like kind of coerce you into like, or not coerce you, but like convince you into like keep going forward. So it's like that leads to this conversation being much more about guilt. Whereas every time I've talked to her, it's been much more just about like grief in general, which I find very interesting.
Of course, it's not your fault. I don't know how to break it to you, but if you didn't hesitate last night, you may have all gotten. Let's not do that. Let's not do that one. No, thank you. You were cool. You were so cool and collected. What happened? No, let's not do that either. What happened, but we can move forward together. I'm toughen up. I can't be falling apart on me this week. Because I want to say this first one, or like what happened, and we just have to work like together to move on.
Your choice.
Well, first, like, because she was talking about her fault, I want to say it's not her fault.
So you want to say this?
Yeah. Of course, it's not your fault. It's nobody's fault. It's my fault. It's Gretchen's fault. It's Tabitha's. It's let's just say it's nobody's fault. It's nobody's fault. You and Gretchen have gone into those woods at night dozens of times by yourselves. Nothing like this has happened before. How could you have known? I mean, if I wanted to be self-deprecating, I was like, for half a second, I was like, maybe I should have said it's my fault.
I mean, you did
Because
literally
technically
make the
speaking,
choice that could have
yeah,
saved
I
his
did-
life,
I
but
did
at the
do
same
that.
time, like, that's not fair, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks, Don. I think I needed to hear that.
Conversation comes to a dramatic halt with you, Stella, and Gretchen all whirling around to face the source of the sound.
Birdie.
It's suspicious that one section right there is really dark.
I don't know what you're talking about, Saba. Don't be weird.
Zach.
Whoa, calm down, girl. It's just a bird.
It's not just a bird.
The same probably goes for the two of us. I guess we're all a little on edge. Let's hurry to the mine. It shouldn't be much further.
Kanika casually leans against her van as you and Stella emerge from the woods.
Hey. Y'all have a good walk? Look at her, like, glove. It's like big toothless. It's just like, whoa, like she's a Muppet. Yeah, it was great. I mean, not that you were missing out or anything. Saba. Hello? Hello? She's great. Awesome. We'll wait.
I snap my fingers. You forget that you were ever gay.
I was never gay.
Exactly.
Wait, no, stop.
Yes.
Hello?
No, stop. You can't.
Okay.
I was never gay.
Okay.
No, I was never gay.
Sure.
You can't just state
Okay, I think I
something
can
and
hear
snap
you.
your fingers and then be like, I was never gay.
If you say so. If
Can I copy this video?
I don't know what happened.
Hello, Saba. Welcome back.
It was like seriously, like it just pinged and then like Discord died. What the
No
frick?
idea.
Okay, hold on.
Sometimes
Let me
stuff
just
like that happens, I guess.
Ironically, it was just like we were just talking yesterday about how much it sucks to have to like stick two videos together,
Right.
and now I have to do that because of this because of whatever this garbage that just happened. Okay, me.
Ooh.
Okay.
It was very funny because like from my end, I was trying to point out this awesome Gretchen sprite.
Yeah, and they just I was just gone.
Yeah, and you just like stopped responding, and I was like, Saba? Okay.
Hello?
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I just need it to pop up here. Okay, and
You good to go
we're
again?
back. Yeah.
Awesome. Let me know when you
Restart
want to
stream.
resume.
We're good to go.
Oh,
The Gretchen sprite is really funny.
incredible. Did you run into any of those creatures? Or you didn't run into any of those creatures, did you? Nope. That makes sense. They're probably nocturnal. I don't know. I don't know if I should feel relieved or disappointed. But we're all here. What's the plan? I guess we just go talk to people? I guess so. I should probably be on lookout duty. I'm a bit of a persona non grata in the mines. Tabitha? Yeah, I might have tried to sneak in to talk to her a time or two too many. And Gretchen makes it extra hard to be sneaky. You're probably less likely to get caught if only, or we're probably less likely to get caught if only one of us is snooping around in there.
Stella's on lookout duty, and only one of us is going in. What's the third person? Only one of us is snooping. Okay, I'll take it. I am the one of us you're talking about. I've got this. I'm not interested in sneaking around. I'm going to find my cousin. Talk to people scares me. You should do it, Kanika. Remain silent. Like, in my mind, I mean, we could probably do this first explore, but like in my mind, like I feel kind of bad. I wish I could just give Tabitha the benefit of the doubt and just be like, hey, can I just go like talk to people quickly about like what happened?
But that seems
Am I
to
too
be
nice,
completely
though?
ignoring exactly the type of person that she's been displaying herself to be. Why would
Yeah.
she allow you to just randomly go around interviewing the people in her mind? Like, she clearly wants them to all be working nonstop.
Yeah, I think I may just be giving too much nice credit to her, and also maybe I'm being a little unreasonable.
Well,
I
she's
think
not
I
like I would say that at this juncture, because remember, Tabitha automatically starts with a huge negative against you.
Yeah.
And even if you, and like even with you being hot, I think that only means that she's at like a -1 as opposed to like a -3 on everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I don't know exactly how helpful she's going to be in this particular circumstance. It's your choice. If you want to take a crack at it, you can. I will tell you that I have done playthroughs where I've done like this whole bit outside the gate and then immediately went to Tabitha, and that's certainly something you could do if you want.
Like, I just don't want it to be like a waste of time where it's like, oh, I really hated where this ended up, and I feel like I'd rather just return back to here and just restart.
I mean,
So,
arguably,
Oh.
you should think about how it works as a video game then. Right?
yeah. So, let's say the first explore.
Stella's on lookout duty, and only one of us is going in. What's the third person doing? You know those cheesy rom-coms where someone wears an earpiece on their first date Whoa, do you have some kind of surveillance ring in the back of your van that I didn't know about? What? No. I have a pair of earbuds with a really good mic. We could just do a group call.
Nice. I take it I'm going in. Not interested. Okay. I mean, content-wise, I guess it's best for us to go in. We'll get the most content.
Yeah, Saba, sitting here just like chillaxing while like Kanika goes in to like ask around. Yeah, that's probably not the best in terms of content.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe if we do stay here, that one dark hole that we saw the bird in, maybe that we'll hear that and get dragged back into that. But I don't want to do that. So yeah, let's just we got this.
I feel like
Tabitha finds us,
the more we do these like visual novel style things, the more that I realize that like there is like an assumption that I feel you can make about like where this scene is going, but yet Saba's inclination naturally is to try to fight against what their game is clearly trying to get you to do. You know?
I'm a rebel.
Like based on the stuff that we read at the library and the location we are now physically standing in, Saba's like, I don't think I want to like do it though. Can we just like skip the whole chapter? Like, can I just go back home and go to bed?
It's true. Can I just avoid all of this until I'm dead? You know, when the disaster hits.
And like completely ignore the point of the video game.
Okay. I take it. Okay, wasn't there one where it just says I can do it?
It used to be this. It changed because Kanika spoke.
Oh, okay. So I guess we can say the first explore, right? Oh,
This
wait,
one?
no, that's it. I've got this. That's what I said. You're good, Kanika. I've got this.
You want to do this?
Yeah, we could say that. Because yeah, explore, I think will just be like, well, you don't have to, and it'll just will end up in the same place.
You'll do great. Here's those earbuds I mentioned earlier.
Is she wearing a bat belt?
Yes, she's a, oh, excuse me.
Is this her Batman outfit?
Well, she's a goth, so everything she wears is black.
Ah, reasonable. Okay. Okay. Kanika hands you earbuds.
We can feed you questions if you get stuck, and Stella can give you a heads up if Tabitha's headed your way. Dang, I miss doing this sort of thing with you. You're so thorough. Aw, thanks. I do my best. I guess we should part ways and start the call, yeah?
Stella and Kanika break off, leaving you alone at the entrance to the mines. Your phone buzzes.
Hey. Can you hear us? Can I say something?
Won't people notice that I've got earbuds on? You're loud and clear. Nope, can't hear you. Sorry. I'll just say you're loud and clear.
Cool. Same goes for you.
Nothing to do now, but enter the work site. Enter the work site. You pass through the unlocked fence and enter the property of the Scarlet Hollow Mine. Oh, you could just come and say like, hey, this was like where my family works. I wanted to see what like, I'm not gonna obviously walk into like machines and stuff, but I wanted to see what it was about, you know? That's how I approach it. Okay, I'm in.
I think you're okay. I feel maybe it's because there's a week in between. I think you think that this game is something different. Because I want you to know, these guys currently work under Tabitha Scarlet. I don't think you walking in there being like, hey, my family owns this mine. Can I ask you questions? Is going to go over very well.
Approach the nearest group of miners. Go straight to the main office to find your cousin. I guess I should say I'm in.
I'm in. All right, Morpheus. Good to know.
Well, it has to be the first one, right? Because we said we wouldn't go find Tabitha.
If that's what you wanted to, sure.
Well, that's what we said we wouldn't go do. So approach the nearest group of miners, I guess. You're posted in the nearest group of miners, a blonde woman, a broad-shouldered man, and an old-timer. Their uniforms identify them as Harrison, Davis, and Zax.
You got a reason to bother us?
See anything weird, Libby? Hi, I'm Tabitha's cousin. Do you know anything about a guy named Wayne? So, what do you think about Tabitha? Y'all should get out of town. So I met this guy on the bus? Why did he suddenly pop back up? Never mind, bye.
Well, there was, I don't know if you remember, but the guy on the bus said, like, oh yeah, I had a buddy who used to work in the mines at Scarlet Hollow.
Oh, that's interesting.
Now, that's a super huge pull, and I don't think, like, by the way, I don't even think you got a name for that guy. On the bus?
Well, it's just stranger, right?
Right, because he never shut the fuck up, so you couldn't ask him for his name. Not that you would want to.
Okay, so starting from the top.
I will give you a little ditty. Just a little bit, because it's going to color this moving forward. These guys are all collectively on a break, essentially. You do not get an infinite number of questions. These questions will immediately stop in one of two scenarios. I think you get a limited number of questions, or their patience runs too thin, because either A, they don't like you, or B, they don't like the question that you're asking. So it's like, it actually is quite important to make sure that you are asking the things that you're like only talk or ask about things that you're actually interested in.
Okay, because I was gonna say, actually start from the bottom, because I want to eliminate stuff from the bottom. I don't think I should say, so I met this guy on the bus, like you said, that's a stretch. Y'all should get out of town just sounds really weird for someone who just, like, showed up, right? So what do you think of Tabitha is kind of interesting, but like that's not what we're here for, right?
Right.
Same thing with, like,
I'll ask you, why are we here? Do you remember what the explicit purpose of us being here?
We're here to see if there's been anything unusual happening, I think, at the mines.
Right, because we suspect that there might be some sort of collapse, or the mines are relevant to the things happening in town somehow.
Yeah. So we don't need to ask about Wayne. The only thing I'm, like, concerned about is, like, see anything weird lately, and you can just maybe tell me. See anything weirdly, and they're just gonna be like, yeah, you, who are you? So is it like a thing where, should I say, hey, I'm Tabitha's cousin, and then am I able to ask, see anything weird lately?
I will give you two details, one of which you clearly forgot about, which is totally fair because it's been a week. And the other one I already mentioned earlier in this conversation.
Me. Yeah, you're like, we recognize Scarlet's. Okay,
exactly.
So I may get away with just being able to ask the second question. Okay, see anything weird lately?
I will remind you of something that you clearly have forgotten about from last week.
Yeah.
When Sybil was like, go away, Wayne, and he, like, left or whatever, you asked Sybil, who is that guy? Like, what's wrong with him? And she said something about, like, oh, well, he used to work at the mines.
Oh, I definitely do not remember.
That's why I'm bringing it up now.
Oh, so maybe Wayne does matter here.
It's entirely your choice. I don't think it's a one and done. I do think you get the opportunity to ask multiple questions, but once again, it's like there's like a limit to the number of questions you can ask, and then the limit to their patience before they just leave.
Okay, so far I think I only want like the two I want are see anything weird lately, and do you know anything about a guy named Wayne? So let's ask first, see anything weird lately.
I think that's fair. By the way, I'll do the old guy, obviously, but you gotta help me out here.
Of course. See anything weird lately? The miners look you up and down. I can't remember who's who. You have to remind me who's who.
He's literally speaking right now.
Okay, the guy with the weird how? Like weird animal sighting, weird noises coming from the woods, any knocking in the mines, people getting sick. Ooh.
By the way, they did have an update, which was great. They said that in the beta branch for Scarlet Hollow, they have changed the UI. They took this stuff up here and just moved it down here. And they changed how the UI scales. So like I increased the text size so that way it would be easier to read. But you can see that like it's kind of crowded down here with all the different options. They made it so that way the actual like reading text is a little bit more condensed, and the like selections is further to the side, and you can see like 5 to 6 of them at a time.
Okay.
Which is great.
That's cool. Okay, so I don't think we should say animal sightings or woods related stuff, right? Because we're here to ask about the mine specifically.
Sure. Very true. Very true.
Any knocking in the mines or people getting sick? I'm between these two. I feel like they would say there's always like noises in mines, right?
It depends on how superstitious they are. Because if you, like straight up, if you are coming up to miners and you're like, hey, do you hear knocking in the mines? They're either going to be like exactly what you just said, like, yeah, all the time. Or B, they're going to be like, what the fuck do you know about Tommy knockers? Right?
Like, are you just a punk kid coming here like on superstitions and stuff like
Are
that?
you a friend of Stella's? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Maybe we can talk about like people getting sick, because that maybe could relate to Wayne.
I think that is the implication there, yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to do that
let's
one?
ask about yeah, let's do people getting sick. People getting sick like more than usual. Okay. Nope, nothing like that. I feel fit as an that. I feel fit as Knox. Zach's is the one with your name.
We have good working conditions in the mine, and our health is wholly looked after.
Okay, I guess since we can ask about any knocking in the mine, weird
You wanna do
noises.
that?
Well, like the funny thing is that weird noises coming from the woods, like we know that that's a thing, right?
Right.
So it's like I feel like it's redundant to ask about any of the woods scenarios. So like let's ask about the knocking, and then hopefully, if we don't get anything from that, we can ask a couple more questions. Have you heard any knocking in the mines?
I can barely hear nothing when the machines are going down there.
He's right.
This is you.
It's loud as shirt. It doesn't sound like knocking
Good,
though.
good,
the way the machine
good save, Saba.
goes through the rock. Not sure if that's what you were thinking. Okay, reasonable. You're not asking about Tommy knockers, are you?
Tommy, what now?
Tommy knockers, they're like an old Welsh myth, little guys that live in the mines, knock on the walls before they collapse. Nothing like that around here. Okay, let's ask a couple more questions.
So this one?
Yeah.
Ask them about Wayne.
Oh, this is... Wow, that's like what I was gonna do, that. Put this guy in the bus. Do you know anything about a guy named Wayne? Yeah.
Yeah, we knew him.
He was such a cut-up. Missed that dude. Kenai, Explorer, why are you talking about him in the past tense? I met him last night. He accosted me last night. What happened to him? Say nothing. Yeah, I guess say Kenai, because that's the first time we got something like this. I met him last night.
Good question.
Wait, what?
No way.
Isn't that the guy y'all said,
Well, I guess he ain't. And he hasn't skipped town, huh? Pretty unexpected turn of events, if you ask me.
What a relief. Thought something awful had happened to the poor guy. Yeah, let's press them.
I'd say that this is the
You've
correct thing
asked
to do,
questions.
obviously, but I will say that this is what I mean when I say, like, it's testing their patience, right?
Yeah. Because it's like, because you still haven't heard, like, can you, like, tell me something? Because, like, I'm kind of concerned that he talked to me. What'd you think happened to him?
What are you, some sort of cop?
Yeah, I'm a cop and I'm looking into whatever happened. I'm Tabitha's cousin. Just tell me what happened. Remain silent. I think I'd rather just look at him and remain silent.
That's what you want to do? We can. I
could
don't
also
know what
see what
happens if
time
you
you
say
have it.
nothing.
Okay, let's more content for you two. Remain silent. Yeah. You remain silent.
Yeah, I don't like the smell of this one bit. I know bait when I see it. Let's get out of here. Our shit's about to start anyways. So I believe if you have
Okay.
street smarts, you can lie. Otherwise, Zach sniffs you out pretty much immediately. If you have street smarts, you can lie, and they will
I'm
give you a
just
little
kind
bit
of-
more.
I'm just kind of frustrated that it was like he literally like said my name. Like that wasn't something that I could have brought up here. I feel like so it's like the guy knew me, so I'm a little concerned about like whatever. But that was an option. It's the game, so it's whatever. That's fine. Miners pack up their things and leave. So I mean, we did learn something though.
Hold up. Maybe it was just me, but they seem to think Wayne was dead, right? Wasn't just you. Don't worry about the miner storming off like that. That's some pretty good info. Hey, guess what, Saba? You can keep going. There was 1, 2, 3.
I wonder if I could get any other information. Or maybe this is something I don't know, because maybe going okay, so there's 3. How about we try
What did
one
you
more
actually
time?
learn? Did you actually learn anything?
So what was it? So we know Wayne is the situation around Wayne is unusual. We know
They were definitely cagey about it.
Yeah, and then we know that we can't tell whether or not something's happening in the mines because they said the machinery is so loud.
Right.
Yeah. So let's maybe approach one more time, because I think I'd rather see 2 out of the 3. Like, one to set up, okay, this is what people think, and then the second one to confirm.
I think that's a good idea. You know something I am surprised by, though? I'm surprised that your hotness hasn't actually benefited you yet. Like, I definitely thought that, like, because I knew that, like, the miners are cagey about you in general, but I thought, like, ooh, pretty lady, I'll talk, right?
Pretty lady, okay.
Well, genuinely, I thought that might be the case.
Head over to the next group.
A
Keen
flash
eye,
of
flash
movement in your
periphery.
periphery stops you in your
Whoa.
tracks. There's something lurking in the shadows to your right. Against your better judgment, you turn to face it. You shouldn't be up here. It's dangerous. By the way, if you look at the veil, you can see that you can see his face underneath.
Is effed up. Yeah.
Like, you can see that one eye is like gouged and exposed, and the other one's just like a little pee hole, like pinhole. All right, attack him. Run. Your buddies seem to think you're dead. Stop stalking me. Or why are you following me? Or do you need help? Or ghost. Or say nothing.
Maybe I would ask, why are you following me?
That one.
Yeah, because I like your buddies seem to think you're dead, but like I'd
That one
rather
is
ask,
because of what you just got. But I think this also
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense.
yeah, why are you following me?
You don't have to be
Yeah.
afraid of me. Stay whole. Wait for the week to end. Don't keep putting yourself in the path of danger. This is all I ask. Before you can say another word, the figure is gone.
That's unfortunate. Oh man, he's
Hey.
probably like trying to be protective, but like clearly we can't just listen to him.
I more or less agree. Hey,
Oh,
hey,
God.
Don, you still there? We've just been getting static from you.
By the way, you can tell me. Did you see Wayne
In this spot,
in this part?
you
is it-
you
yeah.
always see Wayne if you always see Wayne here. Yes, like in that playthrough
Okay,
where I
'cause
just
was wondering whether or not
immediately.
Keen Eye like did anything here.
The
besides
keen eye
just-
gives you the keen eye means that he has a slightly different dialogue if he gets the jump on you, but keen eye, you're fine.
Okay.
If you like in one of my playthroughs, I just immediately went to Tabitha because I was trying to get as many Tabitha points as possible. And even then, for some reason, you fucking walk behind these crates and you still encounter Wayne.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Wayne got the jump on me. Don't mind me. Our new friend just stopped by to say hello. Nothing happened. I'd say, don't mind me. Our new friend just let's do the second one.
Yeah. Okay. You want to be cheeky.
We're kind of jumpy. Yeah.
Whoa! I thought I saw you talking to someone down there. You okay?
So he told me stay at the estate for the rest of the week. I wonder why. This just means we're on the right track. I'm not about to back down. I need to talk to Tabitha about this. I'm getting out of here. Let's do the first one. That I'd be safe there. Why would he tell me that?
What the hell is that supposed to mean? He must have been threatening you, right? The plot thickens.
I need to talk to Tabitha. Because it's like, I don't want to be like, I'm not backing. Like, I think, I don't like what the thing says, but I think the first one would be what we want, right? About like, we need to finish what we're doing here.
I mean, I would argue in almost all fiction, when the protagonist is, on the right track, they encounter more resistance.
And it's not like
Yeah.
Wayne isn't actively threatening you, but he is like, dude, fucking go home.
Yeah.
So you want to say this one?
So I think the first one is, the option of like, we need to finish what we've started. Yeah.
Whoa, so brave. Heck yeah, Dawn, we got your back. So that option is great if you're trying to romance either Stella or Kanika, because you just got I think it was bravery or something like that. Because it's bravery to cowardice is like the spectrum. You just gained like +2 to both, which actually, since you're hot, I think was +4.
Okay. Approach another group of find Tabitha. She deserves to know what's actually going on. I don't know what that means.
You don't know either.
Yeah. Let's approach the other group of miners, because that was what my goal was. 2, and then like I was gonna see the third one.
Hey there! Can we help you with something?
Do any of you know a man named Wayne? Have you ever seen anything out of the ordinary lately? What do you guys think of Tabitha? Thanks for the help. I'm wondering if I'm going to get anything else out of the second explore,
I say
let's
do
ask about
whatever
Wayne
you
first.
think is more likely to give you what you want.
I would say Wayne. So the logical thinking in my brain, if I'm trying to be in character, right? Something just happened with Wayne, so I want to ask about Wayne.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Wayne. You mean Sam Wayne?
What are you asking about him for? Wait, have you seen him? He's been following me. I saw him just now. I heard he went missing. Lie, no. Why is he like, have you seen him? I guess let's just throw it out there and say he's kind of been following me.
So number
Like, I
one.
don't really know what's up. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, I don't know where was who. Oh, thank God. Everyone thought he was dead. Now, hold on. Creepy doesn't exactly
It's
sound
totally
like Wayne,
different than the
does it?
voice you did.
I don't know. Okay, how
I mean,
do you know
it's
it was him?
it's two distinct ones. That's all that matters, right? These are NPCs.
Yeah.
No one cares.
How do you know it was him? Name on his jacket just like yours. That's what the folks at the general store have been calling him. I would say the name on his jacket. I honestly missed whether or not he had that on him.
He did.
But I'm assuming, yes. I'm assuming, yeah.
He has
So let's
the
just do the first
exact
one.
same jacket with the double stripes down the arm, and then a name tag that says Wayne.
Yeah, so let's just do that. The name on his jacket, Wayne, just like yours says Smith.
So do all of our jackets. But if I switch with Isaac's, that doesn't make me Isaac's.
No, it's gotta be him. There's no way he's dead. You really think he's running around town creeping on strangers and ignoring his friends and coworkers? Seems more like to me that someone took care of him, so to speak, and is running around in his clothes. Miners sit in silence for a moment, considering what they've just heard. That's not possible. That's ridiculous.
This is messed up.
But who would do something like that? I don't know. Why don't you ask his girlfriend?
Yikes. You don't think? No. No way.
Just saying, he wasn't exactly the first fella to fall for her charms. Lots of heartbreak in that woman's history. Lots of jilted ex-lovers, if you catch my drift.
Dang. What are they talking about?
I think they're a little... I told him not to get involved with her. I told him. I think they'll tell us. Yeah, who's Wayne seeing? Whoa now, if you don't know, there's no way I'm poking that wasp's nest. Forget we said anything. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to be on the chopping block.
I don't think they'll tell us.
You want to leave it?
Yeah, I don't think they'll tell us. Like, clearly they seem to be.
Good.
Have you guys seen anything out of the ordinary lately? Weird how? So this is the thing. I feel like if I'm gonna get like the same questions, right, or the same answers.
Why would you assume that? These are different people.
I guess yeah, it's true. Okay, let's go. Yeah, let's go with the people getting sick first. Let's do the same order as I got last time. Have people been getting sick? The boss looks out for our health. So, okay. No, not really. Knocking in the mines.
I don't think so.
Can't hear Jack down there.
There you go.
Any weird animal sightings, I guess. They seem to be, like, pretty okay. Strange question. We don't exactly get out much. What does this have to do with Wayne? I guess might as well ask, right? Because they're just gonna leave if they after this, because I don't get anything else. Odd noises in the woods. Nothing but screech owls. Okay, we're fine. Yeah. Anything else? Sure. If I want to ask about Tabitha, why not? How's she doing? What do you guys think of Tabitha? Are you trying to... why would you ask that question? Are you trying to insinuate something? Horrible woman.
Now, fellas, let's not go besmirching the fine gentle lady.
If Smith is right, she's got a lot to answer for.
All right, fellas, I think we better cool it and get back to work before any of us say something we regret.
You're probably right. Should we check in?
Just a heads up, the only group I see out there is pretty close to the main office. It might still be worth talking to them, but I don't know if I can give you that much warning if Tabitha comes out.
Now, okay. Let me see if you kind of are on board with what I'm thinking. So I don't think it's smart to go to the third group. I think we would get seen by Tabitha.
Okay.
Now, I'm wondering maybe if we could go talk, because we already got the information we wanted, right? So even if we go talk to her and she's just like, I'm not going to answer any of your questions, please leave. We could just leave, right?
That is true. I mean, my question is, what do you think would happen if Tabitha does catch you talking with the third group of miners?
Well, I
Because
think
it's not like she's
she'll
gonna
be
fucking kill you,
killer.
right?
No, but she's gonna be incredibly annoyed and like angry. Like, why are you bothering me at like work? So I guess that's the same thing with
Which wouldn't,
with number
which,
two.
which once again, would that be the exact same thing as you going up to her, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe let's.
Well,
'Cause we
my
can
question,
always,
like my follow up question, because what it actually, so the consequences is that Tabitha might get mad, right? Now, there's obviously a difference in the game, and this is the thing: the game makes a very specific delineation between the idea of you doing something voluntarily and someone catching you doing something, right? There's trustworthiness is another like stat that people keep track of. Excuse me. So, if you do get caught, your trustworthiness gets down-ish, right? Tabitha doesn't like you anyway.
Yeah.
But if you do talk to the third group of miners, what would you be looking for? Like, what are you actually looking for in that case?
The only last one, because the only, I guess, somewhat other interesting thing here that was just brought up that was new was Isaac being like, she has a lot to answer for. Where I'm like, okay, well, what happened, I guess? Because we already heard the an information about the first time we hit the cafe or diner where they were talking, or someone was like, we really hated her mom,
But she's not
but she's
as bad.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So-
will tell. It's a little bit of like an early thing, but I straight up do not know if we're gonna get the scene or not. The reason why they keep mentioning like our health is taken care of is because under her mom, their health was slashed like over and over and over, and that was one of the reasons. That was like one of the things that they were rallying behind to unionize. And once again, for anybody who's out there listening, unions are only good for the employees. They're extremely good for the employees. And so, like, Tabitha's number one business initiative is, like, keep them from unionizing. So she's, like, giving them good health benefits to, like, prevent them from doing that and stuff.
Well,
you know?
the thing is, right, too, is like unions also occur because like people find that like the company's not taking care of them, right? So it's like if the company was taking care of them, technically, I guess
Technically, you wouldn't need a union, right? Technically, you wouldn't need a union.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, there's a reason why, like, garbage truck drivers have an extremely strong union. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why a garbage man earns 4 times as much as your average public school teacher. Because they unionized and were like, hey, this job sucks, and we're not going to do it for bad pay, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm also thinking about like what would we even bring up to Tabitha? I don't know if she'll really talk to us that much.
because once again, I will repeat, what was the actual purpose for us coming to the mines to begin with?
Yeah, asking about like whether or not stuff is weird or not, and I don't know if she trusts us enough to like tell us.
She would, like, we actively have footage of a creature in the woods and then the aftermath of a man getting shot in the fucking face, and she refuses to see it.
She didn't believe it. Yeah.
Right?
And
So
then
it's
was
like,
whatever.
what are we supposed to do, right? So it's like,
Okay, for now, then let's meet back up with like the rest of them. I can't see what the last one. Yeah, let's meet back up. And then maybe down the line, maybe if we see that like Tabitha's actually trying to like listen to us, or if she changes her tune, maybe then we can ask these questions.
I think that's extremely fair. You have locked in this decision, so I'm going to click it. But the thing that I would just kind of illustrate, I guess, a little bit in terms of you started asking about Wayne, right? So originally, all we knew was that Wayne was some weird, fucked up guy who knew you by name, right? Then the first conversation, we learned that people thought that he had died, which is a pretty big fucking deal, right? And then when that was brought up to the second group, they said like, oh, well, that was probably had something to do with her girlfriend or his girlfriend.
Yeah, and Sybil was like, he's sick, right?
Something along those lines. Which
Yeah.
sick could mean in the head, it could mean physically, it could mean whatever, right? Sick just means that
Yeah.
you're ailing. So
once again, just thinking about it from like a video game standpoint, if you were to have decided to talk to the third group of minors, that would have been the line of questioning, arguably, is like, well, who was he dating?
Girlfriend.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
Now-
I mean, other people, we may be able to figure that out via other methods. So
Very
it's
true.
not like crazy
So I'm
but-
obviously you picked this, and I think that this is very reasonable because I do think that in terms of chapter 2, I don't feel like you have a great reason to have come here to begin with, other than just like the mines are interesting. But yeah,
Yeah.
cool. We'll meet you by the van.
Oh, that's freaking Rosalina. You're interrupted by a sudden movement out of the corner of your eye. A girl carrying a bundle of snacks pops through a hole in the fence and disappears over the crest of a hill.
Hey, I think I just saw Rosalina. Wait, really? What is she doing here?
She's doing delinquency. She's probably fine. Kids will be kids, am I right? I'm going after her. We should call Oscar. What should we do? I wish there was something that says we're going after her, but we could also call Oscar.
You want to call Oscar first? Because he did say that he wanted to. He said like, if you see her, let me know.
Yeah, so let's do that, and then we can hopefully go after her.
Okay. You know what? Good thing that you just said. Save real quick just in case. I would hate for you to get fucked over due to like foibles in writing.
Yeah. We should call Oscar.
Let's handle it
handle that
after we
after.
catch up with her.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad we still ended up going, you know.
Leave,
Stealth run.
leave the mining camp without Tabitha being alerted to your presence. Very cool. Hey, getting achievements, dude.
You
So
rush over
clearly,
the
by
hill.
the way, out of all the playthroughs, this is the first time I never talked to Tabitha. Right?
You rush over the hill and get your bearings, the sounds of active mining fading away into the distance. Rosalina is nowhere to be found, but dusty footprints point towards a nearby mine. Why would you do this?
She didn't. I guess the old Maxwell
What is that
place
in the
doesn't
top
cut it as a
left?
secret hangout spot anymore. Huh?
Top left.
Ditchling?
Oh my. Is that a new... I guess ditchlings look different, I guess.
Well,
If
they're
there's one,
all
something
warped
bad
and
happened.
weird, right? So they look like
Yeah.
a bunch of stuff. But the Shaw mine, this place was shut down like 100 years ago. This is the mine that killed 160 people when it collapsed, by the way.
Jesus Christ! And if there's one ditchling here, that means something bad's gonna happen with her if we don't freaking save her butt.
After a collapse that killed over 100 people. Here I thought Stella was going to be the one to drag me into an abandoned coal mine.
Have teens always been like this? I feel like I really missed out on my risk-taking years. Guess we should go after her, right? Maybe we should just wait outside. I don't think that's an option. I like, ironically, I wish the top one was explore, but I feel like we should say the second one. We should be like, we need to go after her and get her out.
Yep.
Yes, we should go after her, right?
Yeah, let's head in before someone gets hurt. Whoa, you sure you want to tag along, Neeks? Dawn and I can handle this on our own. Yeah, I'm sure. As much as I hate confined spaces, I'm not about to let Rosalina get hurt in there. Even if it means I have to go underground.
I mean, honestly, I would have been fine with one of them standing out here to make sure, like, it doesn't collapse or like something bad doesn't happen. But
That doesn't make any sense,
you
Saba.
wonder, you briefly wonder if you should let Tabitha know about this. Text her? Oh, call her. Yeah, let's call her real fast. I mean, if she doesn't answer, then it's whatever. You pull out your phone and dial it.
What is it? I'm in a meeting.
I'm in a meeting. Oh, a kid just snuck up on... yeah. Don't hang up. A kid just snuck into the Shaw mine and I figured you should know.
What? Are you serious? Why do things keep happening to me? Also, why do you know about this? What the hell are you doing at my mines? Whatever. I'll head over there as soon as I can. Just stay where you are and wait for me, alright? God, I don't even know why I'm trying to reason with you. It's not like you'll listen.
Oh, I will happily wait. I do not want to go in there. No, No, I need to get snarky. No, I need to get snarky. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I called you as a courtesy, but I'm not gonna... Is that rude? Is the first one rude? But because, like, we need to go in. I don't want to leave them.
I will say you do need to go in. You cannot wait.
Yeah.
Like, this is
So
me
I hope-
cheating a little bit by using my future sight, essentially, but, like, you cannot wait.
No, I agree with you. I just hope the top one isn't super rude. So I'll say, yeah, I called you as a courtesy, but I'm not gonna...
I will tell you this. They did, because remember, this was made in Ren'Py, right? And so Ren'Py has, for characters, you can set preferences for, like, the types of actions that they do and do not like. Tabitha likes obedience, obviously, but she also likes it when people stick up for themselves.
Okay.
So, just saying.
All right. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. So yeah, let's say the top one. Calls it courtesy, but I'm not going to wait around for you.
I swear to God.
I'm sorry, but my mind's been made up. Yeah.
You hang up the call.
Follow Kanika. Come on, we gotta help. I hate mines. Okay, we gotta do it.
The inside of the mine is warmer than you expected. How about this? Can I take the narration for a bit and then you can take fucking like Kanika or something?
Yeah.
We're about, well, like, not to spoil it, but we're about to encounter a lot of characters. So.
Okay. Is it a bunch of teens? People like, what the frick?
Oh,
Get out of here.
maybe that makes sense.
Get out of this freaking mine, you idiots!
The inside of the mine is warmer than you'd expect. The air thick and wet. Which, by the way, very, very bad. The idea that the atmosphere in the mine is wet means that all of the ground around you is saturated, which is what causes collapses naturally.
Oh dear.
The ceiling hangs much lower than you are tall, forcing you and your companions to hunch down, your legs bent in a painful squat as you begin to navigate the maze of corridors. Hey, you made it! I told you she would.
I just wanted to... Well, we gotta tell, yeah, just for our safety. Indeed. Just wanted to make a quick call and give Tabitha 411. You didn't. Sorry, I was hoping we'd be able to get Rosalina out of here without anyone calling the cops. Technically, it's calling the cops on her or us. Tabitha had better not try to have us arrested for trespassing.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about her calling the cops. I've snuck into the mines dozens of times, and she never called the cops on me.
That's because you two have a weird thing. I'm pretty sure Tabitha actively hates me and believes me. And believe me, the feeling is extremely mutual.
Well, what matters is the gang's all here. We'll find Rosalina in no time.
Press on.
The deeper you progress into the mine, the heavier the air becomes. Coal dust hangs in thick clouds around you, even though this place has been abandoned over a century ago.
What's up with the teens? Jesus, it's cramped down here. Doesn't anyone else's chest feel tight?
Yeah, abandoned mines are way more claustrophobic than people expect them to be. And this one's real bad. You know, because of the child miners, or should I say the minor miners?
Kanika visibly shudders. Okay, I'm not superstitious, but if there's one way to make sure you get haunted, it's cracking jokes about dead child laborers while walking on their graves.
What can I say? I do my best to tempt the spirits wherever I go. I actually snuck down here a few times to try and get some good footage. Part of my ghost hunting phase.
Jesus, Stella, the things you do for your viewers, did you find anything?
I wish. If any place in Scarlet Hollow is actually haunted, it'd be this mine. Hands down. But all I got... That's funny. But all I got was dust in my lungs and a couple of false alarms. Stella pauses as sound rushes overhead.
Oh my god, what was that? The mine's going to collapse and we're all gonna die here, aren't we?
Stella sighs longingly.
Well,
That's just how wind sounds down here.
You sound so disappointed.
It just brings back memories of my last foray into these depths. Every time I thought I finally found a spooky ghost, there wound up being some very unghostly explanation. Like local wildlife, for instance.
You bet.
Stella turns her flashlight up towards an alcove overhead.
I was wondering.
So when
about
you're
that
talking with animals, by the
section.
way, you will see this in your own playthrough, but I do want it because it's just so minor. You shine it on them, and the bats go, "Dude, what the hell? Turn the lights off!"
I mean, I would imagine. Yeah, that's funny.
Those guys got me real good last time I was here alone.
Oh my god, there are bats down here? I'm going to get rabies, aren't I? I'm going to get rabies and die in a mine collapse.
How are you holding up, Neeks?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just a little on edge.
Kanika is stopped mid-sentence by a thunderous knocking echoing from deeper in the mine.
Okay, what was that?
That was... I have no idea what that was. Did that sound like knocking to you guys?
It's gotta be a Tommy knocker, right? The mine's collapsing, isn't it? We should hurry up and find Rosalina. Y'all are being babies. Totally normal sounds. Say nothing. We should probably find Rosalina. Yeah, let's stop chatting right now and just quickly go get it. Even if the mine's collapsing, we have to go find them. Yeah, agreed. The sooner we get out of this death trap, the better.
Gosh, I wonder if those sounds are Tommy knockers.
Okay, no, Tommy knockers are not real. They're not allowed to be real. Are you trying to give me a panic attack?
I'd love to spend some extra time poking around down here. Maybe it's got something to do with the mystery. The three of you are interrupted by a second, much less distant sound of a can being popped open.
Okay, now that wasn't a Tommy knocker.
It came from this way. Follow me.
Yeah, quickly
You
get
and
'em.
Kanika follow Stella further into the mine. Teens!
Stupid children!
You breathe a sigh of relief as the tight passageway give way to a small cavern. A group of teens turns and stares at you with annoyance.
What the hell are you all doing here?
What the hell are you doing here? You creeps? Are you stalking us?
Yeah, creeps!
I just said that, Alexis. If I wanted an echo, I'd yell into the Grand Canyon.
If I wanted an echo, I'd yell into... What are you... No, that's stupid. What are you even doing here? This is the most miserable place I've ever been in my entire life. No. We're here to make sure you don't hear yourselves. No, your dad's looking for you, Rosalina. Chill out, Kanika. They're just teens. Let's... What is the option of this is very bad and you need to leave?
I mean... it's
There's
kind of...
What is it?
It's kind of these. Not really, but kind of.
But they're teens. They're just gonna be like hurt ourselves. Okay, I guess let's just do the option that includes pain. So, we're here to make sure you don't hurt yourselves.
I'm sure teens are going to respond very well to that.
Isn't that her brother?
This guy?
Yeah.
It's a shame you didn't learn his name because you decided not to talk to him.
Well, I recognize the blonde hair at least. I guess, but also I do want to say your dad's looking for you, Rosalina.
It's entirely your choice. If you want to say don't hurt yourselves, that seems fine. Pick something,
Okay,
Saba.
yeah.
Come on.
Let's do don't hurt yourselves, yeah. It's dangerous here.
Who the hell are you exactly? That's Dawn, Tabby's cousin.
Rosalina, your dad is worried sick about you. Oh, well, look, we got it anyway. And if you ask me, he was right to worry. What the hell would you think hanging out in an old mine would be a good idea? Is the Maxwell place not dangerous enough?
Because no one usually comes in here. Duh. Everybody knows we hang out at the Maxwell place now. So we had to find a new hideout. That's a good point, actually. Which you instantly found. So I guess we have to find an even more secluded place where we can just be ourselves. I can't believe your dad sent people to follow you, Rosalina. That's messed up. I think that qualifies as harassment.
You're right, Becca.
I think, for
up.
reasons that I won't get into, I think I should do Rosalina since you're doing Alexis.
Okay.
That'll probably simplify things in the future. So I'll be her, I'll be Rosalina, and then for no particular reason, I'll be this guy.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. What voice should Rosalina have? It's hard because I have like 2
It's
female
gonna be
voices, and I'm
It's
already
like
voicing 3 females.
A little lighter. I don't know. You could do a little more geeky, I guess. A little higher tone geeky voice.
You're right, Becca. How's that? I sound like a baby.
A little less nasally. A little
I
less
literally,
nasally.
I don't have like the ability to do that. Like this is less nasally.
That was fine. This is fine. Yeah.
Okay, you're right, Becca. It is messed up. I don't need him telling me where I can be.
You could at least check in so he knows you're not dead. He loves you and worries about you. He's really not asking much.
Do you kids have? Don't you kids have school tomorrow, anyways? It's fall break.
It's
they all
fall
say,
break.
look, all their mouths are open. And we are not kids. Yeah, we're teens.
Are those canned strawberry margaritas? Where'd you even get those?
The teens avoid eye contact. The one you met earlier at the general store tries to melt into the cavern wall. You know, the one who is totally willing to like steal from the general store. The general store that absolutely had canned strawberry margaritas.
Okay, can we call him out? Oh no. I know that isn't you, Miles. It had better not be you. Yeah, whatever. It's me. What are you even doing here?
Look at his eye. Look at his angry eye.
Sounds like you're stalking and harassing and all that. You're supposed to be minding the store.
Question, by the way. We started a little bit late, and we have probably another 20 to 30 minutes of this chapter. Do you want to just finish it off so that way we can keep doing a chapter per week?
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Cool.
I'm still pretty engaged. It's not like anyone even comes in on Tuesdays and Mom's there, so it's fine.
Eyes dart uncomfortably around the cavern as Kanika tears into her brother.
It's not fine. It's extremely not fine. Why do I always have to be the responsible one? Do you know what I would do to be as carefree as you? I left school so you would have a chance to live your life, and this is what you're doing with it? What would Dad think if he could see this stealing booze from the family store to mess around in an abandoned mine? Dad's dead, Kanika. But if he were here, he'd be disappointed you wound up being such a bossy jerk. Who cares if we're having some canned margaritas somewhere nobody's supposed to bother us? No, sometimes I'd love to help y'all sort this out, but maybe can we not do this in an abandoned coal mine? That seems pretty good. Can you at least do your underage drinking somewhere a little safer? We should let the kids have their fun. If these kids want to make a big decision, that's on them. I said, what you all do for fun around here, maybe the ditchings were kind of inevitable. Jesus Christ. Let's ask us to do this outside, please. Yes. I'd love to help you all sort this out, but can we maybe not do this here?
Oh, and what are you? An expert on mine safety? They only abandoned this place because there wasn't enough coal left to bother digging anymore. My dad told me. He's an actual foreman at the continuous mining facility, so he knows what he's talking about.
Wait, I thought your dad was a charge hand.
No, Alexis, he got promoted last night. He got promoted last month,
Whoa.
and he says this place is totally safe and we can hang out here anytime we want. Correction, your father was a foreman at the continuous mining facility. We'll see if he even has a job tomorrow morning. What?
How about that? I mean, to be honest,
Oh,
I don't think they were
shit.
gonna leave. Yeah, I don't think they were gonna leave by themselves.
Oh, hey, Tabby.
Kanika's eyes. Probably for the best that she's here.
Do none of you understand what a boarded up mine entrance is supposed to mean? It means it's closed, condemned, not fit for human use. Aw, come on, dude. This place is way sturdy.
If he like tapped the wall and then
Check it
everything
out,
starts
dude.
shaking. You're so stupid.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Oh my god.
The teen with the beanie jumps up and
You're gonna
slaps
die.
a strut on the ceiling. Oh, was that the knocking we were hearing earlier? Oh my god, Zane, cut it out. You're embarrassing us. I am sorry for Zane's behavior. I don't think he realizes how extremely 8th grade it is to jump up and hit things. No offense, Rosalina. Fuck, what was the voice again? None taken. The other 8th graders are totally immature.
Not like you, Rosalina. You're chill and smart too.
Enough. The damage is already done. Now leave. I'm tired of people in this town dragging my cousin headlong into danger.
Can't believe I actually agree with Tabitha about something. This is the worst place I've ever been in my entire life. I would like to see the sun again before I die.
Aw, come on, guys. Maybe it's not a big deal. We used to do dangerous stuff all the time, and I still do dangerous
That's
stuff
fine.
now.
Go do dangerous stuff. Go do dangerous stuff somewhere else. Whatever. This is not great, Stella.
I mean, I don't like this particular situation, what with the whole ditchling thing, but outside of that, who are we to tell them where they can hang out? I don't know who you think you're, I don't know who you think you are in this situation, Stella, but I own this mine. It is entirely within my rights to tell them to leave, much like it's entirely within my rights to tell you to leave. Was your lifetime ban from my mines not a clear enough message for you? Hell yeah, Tabitha. Tear that 20-something to shreds. Hey, I'm defending you, and I'm not sad. Where'd you get that idea? Running a clickbaity YouTube channel where you run into the woods chasing nothing is extremely sad. So she's sad. So what? Give it a few years and you'll be sad too. The passage of time is inescapable. Look, dude, it's all fucking, come on! It's all just me!
Yeah, why are we just chatting in here? Can we, like, leave and then talk? I don't...
Well, the teens don't want to leave, and then she wants us to leave, and then Stella's, like, trying to defend the teens for some fucking reason. Like, get the fuck out! Look, we just wanted to give Rosalina a good time. Her home life sucks right now.
Yeah, tell him where you have to sleep, Rosalina.
We've been living in the library for the past couple weeks. Dad says we can't stay in our house. They've got a hot plate and a couple of cots in one of the back rooms. It's actually a pretty sick setup.
Now look at Zane's pretty good.
I mean, Zane's obviously fucking zooted out of his mind right now, but I like Zane. I think he's cool. No, it isn't, Zane.
Rosalina deserves better.
I don't care about your home life. If you're going to do your underage drinking, go do it in the woods. Just get off of my property.
Tabitha, wires can you look, Rosalina? I'm sure Oscar had a good reason for all of that. He's a good guy and he cares about you.
Oh, that's really... Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. It's interesting that you don't know why Oscar... Yeah, I guess that is just totally a conversation we just didn't have the option to have. Just like how we skipped over Reese's thing. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is happening with all that. That's weird. He thinks our house is haunted.
Oh.
Wait, what? And I should care because it's a bullshit excuse. I bet he couldn't afford it anymore and is lying to you to save face. What a coward. Becca, I don't think you can, like, say that about other people's families. It isn't like bullying it or something. Shut up, Zane. Back up. He says it's haunted? I can't believe he didn't mention it to me. I could investigate. There's no ghost, Stella. If I keep blibbering. There's no
You're doing
ghost
a lot
Stella.
of people. So,
It's
yeah.
a lot of people,
I
and this isn't even chapter 3,
Yeah.
which had like double this amount of characters.
I'm just surprised because I was like, I could take one, but you were like, I think you pointed out like the 3 people who talked the
I
most.
straight
who
up,
you've taken
I
on.
didn't remember this bitch talking so much. Like, if anything, I would appreciate if you took. Can we swap Alexis and Rosalina? Because we can't do both.
I could probably take Rosalina as well, along with Alexis, because Alexis doesn't talk that much. It appears.
Well, for reason, like, once again, this is me. Like, unless you want to be talking to
Okay.
yourself, like, we should split those up.
Okay, let's see. There's no ghost, Stella. It would be cool if there was, but Becca's right. I just wish you'd be honest with me and tell me what's really going on. It's like he doesn't think I can handle it, like I'm still a little kid.
You're all children, and none of you realize how good you have it. Back in the day, each and every one of you would be pulling 12-hour shifts in this exact mine. If it weren't for child labor laws, the 5 of you might have some actual character.
Wow.
Exactly. Rosalina is not that mature anyways. She still sleeps with stuffed animals.
This is such a bad conversation to be having in a freaking mine.
Sorry, this is me. That doesn't mean she's not mature. I still have pork chop, you know. I rest my case. Wait, what did you say about child labor? She's doing the fucking smile.
I'm not gonna weigh in on this. This is between you and your dad, and the 2 of you should talk about it anywhere that isn't here. Oscar is doing this to protect you. You're right. Oscar should treat you more like an adult. How do you know there isn't a ghost? At this rate, I'm surprised if your house wasn't. Let's leave. Let's freaking leave.
I'm about to say, like, if I was in this real situation, I would have started fucking grabbing kids. Like, I don't give a fuck what you say. Get the fuck out of this mine, dumbass. Like, what the fuck is your problem? And it's also because it's a video game, right? So we know that some shit's gonna go down.
Yeah, but these are idiots, and they're gonna
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, if Rosalina's house is haunted, we should, like, break in and ghost bust it or something. Sounds pretty rad to me.
Fine, go ghost busting.
Whatever
Just
gets
get
you
out of
delinquents
mine.
out of my fucking mind. Like, get the fuck out. Oh my god, Zane, you just can't ghost. You can't ghost bust if there's no ghost.
Also, hold on. Also, Rosalina lives there. She can't break into her own house.
There's no ghost that you know of. I bet we could figure out how to bust it if it's actually real. And if it isn't real, well, problem solved. You know, Rosalina, you could always stay over at my house until Stella ghost busts your place. We have a finished basement with a pull-out couch. Why are you talking like this is a thing? It's not a thing. There is no ghost. I don't care, and I can't believe I've wasted this much of my time trying to argue with children. I am washing my hands of this and calling the cops. Feel free to leave before they show up.
You hear that, Miles? We're leaving. I suggest the rest of you kids leave this empty mine before someone gets black lung or gets crushed by rocks or meets any one of the many terrible fates people tend to meet in abandoned mines.
Kanika is interrupted by a pair of thunderous knocks. That wasn't me, I swear.
Then what was it? Come on, Stella. Didn't you have a whole list of perfectly natural explanations for scary mine noises?
Oh, it's the Tommyknockers for sure. I know this wasn't why we came down here, but we gotta check it out. Stella.
Stella.
Oh, that was Tabitha and Kanika.
Yeah. That's why I also came in.
I know, but weird stuff's been happening around here the past few days, and if this is our chance to actually get a solid lead, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Do you have no sense of self-preservation?
I want you out of here, Stella. Aw, come on, Tabby.
No,
You
but
can
is
come
this
along
going
too.
down deeper into the mines?
If you guys are going after something spooky, count me in. Nobody is going deeper into the mine. Nobody is staying in the mine. You're all leaving.
Please listen to Tabitha before my heart gives out.
It'll be fun, Neeks.
It will not.
Kenai, you
Kenai,
hear
you-
something out of the over the sound of Stella pleading with Kanika and Tabitha, something like the shuffling of feet on stone and the whispering of mischievous teens. Yo! Okay, interesting. You turn to see Becca and Alexis gone, and Rosalina anxiously hovering in front of a small tunnel in the cavern wall. She freezes as you notice her.
Stop arguing, you knuckleheads. The teens are slipping away. Rosalina, what are you doing? Don't go in that hole. Wink at Rosalina, gestured towards the tunnel. Say nothing. What the frick? But this is not... I'm wondering if they can get out that way. I don't...
Do you really think that these teens are
No.
familiar enough with the mine to know that there's an
They're
exit?
stupid. Yeah, they think they're too stupid for their own good.
So what do you want to do?
Teens are slipping away. What are you doing? They're gonna go in, which is bothering me.
So
either way.
2 of them already went in, Saba.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like, they've already kind of gone in.
Right, but the thing is that you caught Rosalina before she could follow them.
Okay. I guess don't go in that hole. We see her.
You want to say
And we
that?
say, what are you doing? Yeah, there's all everything. Yeah, it this all kind of just feels the same to me. Yeah, don't go in that hole. Okay, sorry guys, I'm gonna hang back.
Look at the little face.
What did the gremlin face?
Yeah. I knew you weren't cool enough to hang out with us, Rosalina. Come on, Alexis. We'll have more fun without her.
I'm glad somehow,
Oh, all
apparently,
right.
we were intimidating enough for her, like, to listen to
Well,
us.
because we caught her, right? So.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Rosalina, what were you thinking? What are they thinking? I don't
Oh,
know.
sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Unbelievable.
Wow, Kanika. Maybe if you weren't still scared of the dark or whatever, you would have noticed them sneak off. I noticed them. See, it's like you're in front of them, Miles. I don't know what to tell you, you idiot. I've been zoning out the whole time we've been... Yeah, sure. We've been here.
They must have squeezed through that child-sized tunnel.
Yeah.
Dang. I've always wondered where that goes. I've never been able to get these hips through there. Stella, stop sneaking into my minds. Please, I am literally begging you. If only all the tunnels down here were wide enough for adults, we could already be done with this little mess. But no, we just have to be remnants, or they just have to, or whatever. You get the idea.
Didn't you just talk about how child...
Don't you just child labor was the good old days a minute ago? I was trying to get you to leave my mind. Becca shouts from shouts back from the other end of the tunnel. We are not about to let you come in here and ruin our good time. The mine is safe.
This is why-
I've been here 1,000,000 times.
This is why teens... I'm sorry, I was a teen, I get it, but teens are insufferable. Like,
Yeah.
it's just... It's the stupidest thing ever.
I think one of the main reasons why teens instinctually become like a real pain in the ass is because that's right around the period of time where you start to realize that you do have valid opinions, but then you extrapolate that to everything. So everything, like you assume that you're right on everything.
One of those things, yeah, and it's like, what is it? Because of the hormonal or whatever, it's like anyone like of authority trying to tell you to do anything, you get too riled up and instantly are just like, well, no, you can't like tell me what to do, or like, how do you know better than me? Blah blah blah. But it's like, if you literally see like a sign with skulls on it, I'm pretty sure the teens would just walk in after like you tell them, hey, that there's a skull on that. Don't walk in there. They're like, but how do you know?
Yeah, but what if it's cool?
But are you sure? But what if it's cool? Yeah, it's just like, God freaking dang it.
Whatever. Come on, Alexis. I know a cool spot this way. Okay, I think I know where that tunnel rejoins the rest of the mines. I'll go look for them, and I want each and every one of you to take note of the fact I am doing that. If those idiots get themselves lost and die, I am not letting their families sue me into the ground.
Are those really your priorities right now?
Yeah, do you have a problem with that?
Let's just move on.
I want the rest of you out of my mine. Except for you, Dawn. I'm not letting you out of my sight.
I want to get out of this mine too.
Yeah, sure. I could never fit in that tunnel anyway. They have crossed a barrier that I cannot, so my time here is up. But only because Stella promised me a ghost hunt tomorrow.
He does whatever. I still have my dailies anyway, and the service down here sucks.
What about you, girl?
Gotta do the gaming. Are you sure you don't want me to come along? Maybe I could help you get Becca and Alexis to leave.
Don't make me ask you twice.
They'll be fine, Rosalina. I think your dad would kill me if I let you stay down here any longer. Okay, can I at least wait outside? Yeah, we can wait outside together.
No, you are not about to weasel your way into this, Stella. Look at her face! Aw, come on, Tabby. I've been down here a ton. I can totally help out. Tabitha sighs. There's no getting rid of you. Look at her wink. There's no getting rid of you, is there? Fine. I won't waste my time arguing.
There's a point of going after them. They don't want to listen to us. We could just all leave. Do I have to come with you? Stella, don't push. Tabitha, okay, vice versa. I'm not getting in the middle of this. All right, let's do this. Let's just do it, okay? No wasting time.
We're already 16 minutes overtime.
Frick, man. Let's not linger any longer than we have to. Yeah, let's just go. I don't care. Want me to get Gretchen with me? I don't have probably. Okay, this sounds good. We'll see you out there. Okay, we won't be long. Cool. Ghost busting tomorrow. Tell Alexis I'm sorry. Finally.
Kanika, Miles, Zane, and Rosalina head towards the entrance of the mines, leaving you, Tabitha, and Stella to find the remaining teens. Alright, no dawdling. We should be able to catch up with them if we go this way.
Hopefully we see something in these mines that makes Tabitha on board with us.
As the three of you move deeper into the mine, you hear echoes of conversation bounce across the walls. Becca, why are we doing this again? I thought you thought Tabitha was, like, really cool. Why are you trying to get her all mad? We're doing this because Tabitha is really cool. She doesn't let anyone boss her around, so she can't just let her boss us around.
What is this backwards thinking?
Well, she's a teen, so she's stupid, but also I really like that that's like supposed to be a really huge indictment of her character, is that she likes Tabitha, because she is the worst of those teens. Like, Miles is like a piece of shit, but he's just like a teen, whereas like Becca is like actively a bully.
Yeah.
Aw, hear that, Tabby? Someone thinks you're cool. I just realized all 4 of the voices are me.
That's why I was about to say, do you want me to take someone?
You should take Becca. If that's okay.
Okay.
I will again hot potato a voice to you.
Can't believe she used to hang out with a nobody like Stella. Yikes. Wow, Tabitha's like...
Hey. I don't know. I think Stella's kind of cool. Like, I like that River Runner video.
Oh, come on. She doesn't even have a sponsor. What kind of YouTuber doesn't have a sponsor? She's like existential, like, thank you for reminding me.
I mean, not yet, but I'm in talks with Meat Rice, and I have plenty, and I make plenty from ads and donations.
How does it feel to have a teen girl think you're into it? Start dating Stella. Meat Rice is a big deal. Oh man, I wish people were gossiping about me. Press on. We just need to...
I'm about to say, you're just skipping everything. I think that makes perfect sense. Both for real-world reasons and in-universe reasons.
Yeah. Come on, let's get them.
Another knock, closer, interrupts your thoughts, followed by another, followed by another. Is it just me, or is that knocking coming from the same direction as those kids? It's not just you. I really don't like that knocking.
Calm down, Alexis. It's just mine sounds.
Did you see that?
No, it was just a shadow. There's no reason to get freaked out.
Becca, I swear I saw something.
Shut up! There's nothing down here. Stop trying to scare me. Are we sure the tunnels they went through is going to meet back with us? What did they see? What if they're the ones doing the knocking? What if this is terrible? Those poor kids, I knew coming down here was a bad idea. I can't believe they're making us do this. They better get grounded with this when they're all said and done. We're getting closer. Let's keep moving. Oh, we should just keep...
In a literal sense, yes, we should just keep moving, right?
Yeah, like, I kind of want to just be like Tommy knockers as I'm walking, but like...
We can.
We should just keep moving.
This is an explorer. It doesn't actually advance time.
Okay, let's just say Tommy knockers, ...
Tommy knockers. Oh, calm down, both of you. You said it yourself, Stella. As soon as they got deeper in the mine, their bravado in the face of authority would vanish in a puff of smoke. It's probably just rocks falling somewhere deeper in the mine, which is also bad for obvious reasons. Let's keep going.
Yeah. Yes. We're getting closer.
As you progress deeper into the mine, the knocking grows more frequent. It's still distant, but it's much louder than before. The tunnel ends abruptly in front of you. A century-old ladder is the only way forward. In the darkness beyond, you can still hear the echoes of terrified teens, their panicked arguing bouncing down the pitch-black corridors.
Okay.
Becca, we need to leave. This isn't fun anymore.
This is plenty fun. I bet you're only saying that because you don't want to hang out with that dorky crush of yours. You're just an 8th grader.
Becca,
Damn.
This isn't about Rosalina. I know you can hear that knocking. And here we are. The tunnel they crawled through passes through the chamber below, and it sounds like they're still down there. I've never been this far in. Congratulations, Stella. You got what you wanted. Tabitha crawls up to the ladder and disappears over its edge. All right, let's do this. Stella hoists herself to the edge and gets climbed down.
Yeah, gotta go.
You walk to the ladder and climb down. Hey! That's interesting. Okay. Hey, kids.
Oh, great. The adults are here. Thanks, Alexis. Real nice. Is needing to feel like you're better than other people so important that it's worth being buried alive? Ooh. And I do actually have it because I see this place starting to collapse. Ooh, keen eye, Becca. Well, there's so much keen eye. Becca, what are you doing? Alexis, you're so much braver than you think you are. You don't need to let Becca kick you around.
These are a lot of good
I think
options.
it's kind of this save. I kind of, if I say like the tunnels start collapse, because I like the first one and I like the second one. Because this is kind of new for you too. What are you thinking? These are
I would genuinely say the fourth one.
What was the fourth one?
The fourth one is Alexis, you're so much braver than you think you are. You don't need to let Becca kick you around. This one's Alexis.
Yeah. I mean, that does seem okay. Like, I get it. I guess the mine isn't literally collapsing.
I was saying
yet,
this is insight slash therapy mode, and I don't know. Do you really think that Becca is gonna respond positively to you being like, man?
Yeah, I guess I'm still in like the I want us to leave immediately mode. But if we can give like Alexis a little bit, like don't let.
I mean, the
yourself
second one
push
also
over.
makes sense in that case. If that's still what you're focusing on, then yeah.
Can you save real fast?
Sure.
You save real fast? You just,
I think that's fair.
And like I think okay, if this is a therapy moment, then like fine. I don't think
We
I
don't
mind
have
doing the
time.
fourth one. Okay, if we don't have time, then okay, you could just
Therapy moment, sure. Let's get everyone out. Let's get everybody out first, and then have therapy moment. You know.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if I have the option, but okay, yeah, this also is reasonable. That's my first thought, technically.
So this one.
Yeah. Get out. The place is starting to collapse. Do you want to die? Because we can take Alexis with us and leave you here. That's fine by me.
Holy shit, Dawn. Leave now.
Whatever. This isn't fun anymore. Fine, we'll leave.
Thanks,
Wait,
Dawn.
look, this still counts as us sticking up for her. Okay, that's good.
As Becca and Alexis move towards the ladder, the black chamber before you draws your focus. The voices around you, those are the teens and your companions, sound odd, distant. Step forward.
Well, there's no other option.
There is something in the darkness before you that's much louder, though you don't hear it. Walk towards it.
Well, there's no other option.
You don't hear it, but you can feel it in your chest, a desperate need to perceive and be perceived. Wrap yourself in the darkness of the pit.
What in the mystical thing is happening right now?
Hey, are you all right, Dawn? Bear witness.
I need to bear
What
witness.
are you doing? Get away from there! Your cousin dives towards you, but not before the light from your phone illuminates that.
Okay. Okay.
Dawn, are you all right? Oh, thank God you're alive. It looked like you had a seizure or something, and then you and Tabby just conked out.
Those are okay.
I'm
That's
fine.
great. We're seeing dead people.
You can barely open your eyes. You are not fine. Neither of you move a muscle. I don't want you straining yourselves while you're still recovering from whatever that was. I'm getting the kids out of here, and then I'm gonna get both of you some help. I'll be back soon, I promise. Oh, tear.
Crying?
Don't
Oh,
die on me,
God.
all right?
Sounds like a bad moment where I think we're gonna...
You
Oh, we
fade
just-
back out
we
of
just
consciousness as your
unconscious.
companion clambers out of the pit, intent on your rescue. You rise up on your elbows, head still swimming from the visions. Your surroundings come back into focus. Your head throbs as the knocking continues, now magnitudes more intense than ever. Keen eye. You can't help but notice the timber struts around you trembling, as if they are being struck by invisible blows with each knock. They're all that stand between you and the many tons of rock overhead, and they suddenly seem terribly fragile. God, that knocking is not helping my headache. What the hell just happened?
We need to leave! The knocking, at least because you're at summer division, did you see it? I remember you driving towards me. Did you know something that
Very
might
interesting
happen?
question, by the way. Right? Because think of how Tabitha has been acting normally, and now imagine Tabitha without having cause diving towards you. Right?
Yeah.
It's very
It's going down.
suspicious.
Because I still want to be like, can we leave? We should get out of here. We should wait for Stella. Remain silent. We should get out of here. Yeah. I still think we can ask her questions later.
I couldn't agree more. The entire cavern shakes with the sound of rockfall. I don't know what the hell is up with this knocking, but that is the sound of a mine collapse. Quick, up the ladder. Climb like hell.
Climb the ladder. Climb the ladder. Let's get
This way,
out.
come on.
Let's
Your cousin
get
moves with the
out.
kind of swiftness you'd expect from someone who spent her entire working life in and around coal mines. Follow her. You push your body to move as quickly as it can, though you're slowed by the cramped corridors and winding passageways of the mine. Then comes the sound of splintering wood. You pick up pace.
Oh, no.
The entrance is so close. Push through.
Push through.
And there it is. Freedom.
Freedom.
Wow!
Oh my god.
So, okay, Saba, I'm gonna just kind of let you know something a little bit.
Remember how I told you that each chapter has like a specific trait that allows you to essentially completely bypass like the negative thing of that chapter?
Yeah.
Chapter 1, it's physical prowess where you get to save both
Strength to
people,
save
right?
them. Yeah.
In this one, it's keen eye, so that way you can catch Rosalina before she escapes through the tunnel. I want to tell you what would have happened if that's okay.
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
So I'm assuming yes. Yeah. I'm
Okay,
assuming
you
maybe
went
lose someone
meh.
here. No, sorry. I said yeah. But,
Okay,
yeah, sorry, I
understood.
didn't sound like
So
meh.
normally, if you do not have keen eye, or if you let Rosalina go through the tunnel anyway, what happens is Rosalina is the one in that chamber, right? So you find her first.
Ooh.
You still do the whole thing with the vision and the passing out and stuff, but Rosalina is like, hey, Alexis and Becca are still deeper into the mine. And if you are a hero,
Ooh.
like if you choose bravery, you follow Rosalina to where the two teens are now visibly like tears pouring down their face because the mine is collapsing around them. And you have the option of either talking to them or what I have done literally every time, where you just grab them by the fucking cuff of their shirts and just start dragging them out of the mine. Like, I do not give a fuck. We're out of here, right? If you do that, you, Stella, Tabitha, Rosalina, Alexis, and Becca all make it out of the mine. However, Rosalina is slightly too slow, and she does not die. But her foot gets fucking crushed in that rock fall right there. Zaba?
Hold on.
Oh, the connection is cutting out. Dude, what the hell is happening with Discord?
I love then. Yeah, the connection is
Oh,
so
we're back.
bad.
We're
I've been
back.
trying to explain this like really serious stuff, and I'm hearing, yeah, we're kind of back. I like got bits and pieces. I was so mad
Okay,
that
sorry.
like you're like
I
this
will
intense moment.
I will
and
re-summarize
Discord's
that
like, this
very
sucks.
briefly. If you do this without
Yeah.
Keen Eye
So,
and Rosalina goes
yeah.
down there, she leads you deeper into the mines to go
Yeah.
rescue Becca and Alexis. And on your way out,
Alexis,
everybody
yeah.
makes it out alive, but Rosalina's foot gets crushed in the rock fall.
Okay.
It's actually a very
Have
very
you done something without?
sorry.
Sorry, go on. No, you go. You finish your statement, and then I can ask my question.
All I was gonna say was that it's an extremely intense scene because it's like Rosalina is there fucking bawling her eyes out because obviously it's a lot of pain, but like her adrenaline is spiked, so she hasn't fully understood
Doesn't
what's
register
happening yet. And like that's the big thing. It's not that Rosalina dies or anything like that. If you choose to, so like when you get to that chamber, you can just tell Rosalina, fuck them, we're getting out of here. In which case, both Becca and Alexis die.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great.
And
'Cause I was
Rosalina
about to
obviously
ask, like,
hates your guts because her and Alexis have
now
like,
you
a
let her
thing.
die.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so is it like how bad does it get if Tabitha does not show up?
So if Tabitha does not show up, the scene is largely the same. There is a thing that you'll see in a moment that it's sort of similar to how like nothing really changed per se when you didn't go deeper into the woods to find the ditchling nest, right? Like technically nothing really changed. It's just you were missing like a piece of evidence that meant that you had like some slightly skewed conversations. If you don't have Tabitha with you, Stella is the person who's familiar enough with the mines to get you out, right? So that's how you still make it out successfully. Okay. But remember, something happened to both you and Tabitha that caused us both to pass out, right? Without Tabitha being
Tabitha
there, it's
is
just
gonna
us.
be on our side. Okay.
Exactly.
So hopefully this will influence. Okay.
Well,
That's
I mean,
cool.
before we continue, I would like to ask you, remember, like, sure, you're like Tabitha is clearly in the realm of like, shut up, there's no monsters, right? But if she doesn't believe in this stuff, why did she
just
dive for you before you could like shine a light on whatever the fuck that was on the wall?
Yeah.
Right? Like, she clearly knew something was about to happen, which is why she fucking dove for you. Right?
So
You and Tabitha
Obviously,
managed to screed through the entrance just as the walls of the mine come crashing down. Stop Rosalina from
Go
slipping off the
babysitter.
mines. Good
it.
job, man. Like, that's something that you can only get with Keen Eye. I'm trying to think, because, like, in Chapter 3, I know what you need in order to get, like, the best ending in Chapter 3. Because remember, like I said, each chapter has, like, a bad thing that occurs unless you have a specific trait, right? So
okay.
chapter 1 was powerful build, this one's keen eye. I'm not going to say what chapter 3 and 4 are, but I do know what they are, which leads me to believe of like, okay, well, chapters 5, 6, and 7, I don't know how the fuck these are going to work, you know? So
Yeah.
Anyway. Holy shit, you're okay. Thank God.
And everyone's accounted for. That was a surprisingly close call. We could have all died in there. What did you weirdos do? Everything was fine until you adults showed up. Really, Becca?
Becca, shut up!
What did you just say to me?
I said you should shut up. I'm sick of your two-faced bullshit. They didn't almost get us killed down there. You did. And now you're trying to pass it off on whoever else you can. It's just the cherry on top of this whole shit show of a friendship.
I'm really not in a good headspace for this conversation. I could have died in there. Why are you doing this to me?
No, enough. No more playing the victim this time. Being friends with Rosalina has made me realize how much of a horrible person you are to me. Friends aren't supposed to be mean to each other. Friends shouldn't be scared of each other. I never wanted to go into that stupid mine. It was your idea. We could have died. And if those grown-ups hadn't showed up, which, by the way, you absolutely know you're still like a kid when you were calling them grown-ups, right?
Yeah.
If those grown-ups hadn't have shown up, you could have been buried alive in that stupid little tunnel drinking stupid strawberry margaritas in a can.
Okay, screw all of you. Okay, obviously Becca may be having a hard time too, but this is all bad situation. Shouldn't we go after her? No, let her have her little tantrum. Did that feel good, Alexis, finally telling her off?
Yeah, I guess. She's just gonna be so mad at me. She probably won't talk to me for a week, maybe a month, maybe the rest of my life.
It's okay, Alexis. We don't need her. What do we do? Okay, maybe it's not nice to... I mean, I get it, kind of. Now, I drive you two home. I've already texted your parents, and I'm sure they're worried sick about you. I mean, you should still
Rosalina
get
and Alexis
the other
duck
kid.
off to the side as an exhausted Tabitha approaches your group. I'm going to get my car, and then we're heading home. Abby. Tabitha leaves towards the active mine without another word, and you're afforded a quiet moment to catch up with Stella and Kanika.
You sure dodged a bullet there. I can't believe you left me down there, ditchlings. Yeah, our vision, the entities in the mind. Let me read the rest of it.
Oh,
Which is-
sorry. It's just really important.
There was a stone carving on the wall of that pit. It gave me some sort of vision. Yeah, let's do the explore options, obviously. I think I hallucinated. Oh, this is... You already pressed it. Never mind. Yeah, the top one, right? There was a stone carving on the wall of that pit. It gave me some sort of vision. I saw what happened to this place. Are you sure it wasn't just auto-suggestion? We talked about that mine a lot today.
Oh no, Neeks. You weren't down there. Dawn and Tabby, see, if Tabby wasn't there, it would have been just you, had like simultaneous seizures next to a creepy stone carving. It was like something out of a movie.
Just because they passed out or had a seizure doesn't mean it wasn't auto-suggestion.
Okay, sorry. See? It's literally that's literally all it was.
What happens now? Okay, yeah. The entities in the mines, yeah. And then, yeah. Let's go here, and then maybe hopefully the ditchlings out. I saw something down there like shadows of dead miners. I'm pretty sure Tabitha and I saw some ghosts down there. Did you not see them? Everything that happened down there centered around the main chamber where I saw that carving. Are you sure those were Tommy knockers? Okay, so these are explore, right?
Yeah. I think you only get one, but I'm not sure.
Oh no. I saw something down... Well, all of these are kind of interesting. I'm not too sure. What do you...
Well, I think the implication, given the vision that you had, because remember, the ghosts only visibly appeared after you had that vision, and the vision was of the collapse, obviously, right?
Yeah. So I don't think "did you not see them" makes any sense because they're just gonna be like, no.
Yeah, exactly.
The first one's good. What was the third one again? Everything that happened down there is centered around the main chamber where I saw the carving. Like, we want to talk about the ghosts, I think, first.
So
maybe the first
this one?
Yeah. They were right behind Stella just before you all left. Oh, we still asked, did you see them, I guess. Well,
Whoa. I didn't see anything other than you in that carving. That's super weird.
I don't want to doubt what you experienced, but you were deep in a dark abandoned coal mine. You may have just been primed to see things.
You know, now that I think about it, that totally fits the profile for some of the Tommyknocker stories. What if they're actual bona fide ghosts?
Oh, Stella.
Ah, there you go.
Okay, good. I still wanted to say this one.
This one?
Everything that happened down. Yeah. Anyway. Stella showed me a photo. Weird stuff.
Maybe you weren't entirely off base about that cult stuff you mentioned earlier today, but this thing felt old.
I don't know, like, whether or not the Tommyknockers means, like, is it ghosts? Or are we just saying, like, are you sure it's not, like, a natural phenomenon?
Well,
'Cause
remember
I
when
don't
we
want
read
that
the
to be
book,
that.
it said that the common understanding was either that they're like little leprechaun things or they're the ghosts of dead miners.
In this case, it seems pretty indicative that these are at least the ghosts of dead miners, right?
Okay, yeah. So that's what I was saying.
the
Like, is
thing
there any
that-
point in asking this question?
The only person I know that has played this game that I talked about before, she brought up something that I thought was like really astute, which was like, if you call them Tommyknockers, that's just for conversation. They might literally just be ghosts and it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Like, all we know is that we absolutely saw something. By the way, if you do that thing where you go deeper, like if Rosalina's there and you go deeper, and then you come back out, as you're fleeing, the Tommyknockers are all around you as, like, the mine is collapsing.
Ah.
Yeah, so it's, like, visually different, too, on the way out. So, I don't know. It's your choice if you want to say this, or we can just return.
I think we can return, because I don't know what else we'd be saying, because she already specified ghosts, right? So
Yeah.
we already kind of got all the information. Let's explore, like, ditchlings. There was just not to be fun, but that wasn't the end of our ditchling problem, right? Let's this last one, yeah.
Well, so that's the thing, right? Is that, like, how many people were in there? Like, 8, 9, right?
And there was only one, yeah.
No, I'm talking
ditchling.
about all the ditchlings that are in the forest.
No. I know. I'm saying there was only one ditchling next to this mine, so clearly, like, this wasn't what the entire forest full of ditchlings was for.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, I believe that, because if you don't have keen eye, I believe that one ditchling is obviously to kind of indicate to you, like, shit's about to go down, and that's literally just for Rosalina losing her foot. It's just the one little ditchling, that's all. I think you're right. We've still got a lot of unanswered questions, too, even more than we had this morning. And we had a lot of questions this morning.
Oh, positive fast. So if we hadn't shown up at all, would they have all died?
In terms of the video game, I don't think you can really not go in there, because that's, like, content.
Okay.
If you, like, in a literal sense, yeah, if we weren't in there, I think they all would have died. I'm not sure. Because, like, there's an argument of, like, we were still up talking to the teens when we heard the first knocking, right? But then the Tommyknockers didn't show up and start going bananas until after we saw the vision.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe Becca's kind of right. Maybe the thing wouldn't have collapsed. I have no idea. Genuinely.
No. This is all still a little too magic for me. Just because two bad things happen doesn't mean there's a pattern. Also, do you distinguish between magic and supernatural?
Kinda. In my mind, I think of magic as being something with intention, right? Like, something supernatural just means that it's beyond the realm of what we would normally think of as being natural, right? Like ghosts, cryptids, stuff like that. Whereas in my mind, magic is like someone has done this specifically. Like earlier in the library, when you were like, oh, what if the ditchlings were summoned? That would be magic to me, because that is somebody bringing the ditchlings in with some sort of intent.
Okay, cool. That's a pretty interesting way of thinking about it. Can't believe we're not going to do that second one. I guess we could say we sure dodged a bullet tonight, because that's just like we survived.
Yeah, thank God you noticed them sneaking off. You were incredible down in the pit too. It's true.
Okay, so what happens? Yeah, what happens now?
So I think, actually, you know what? I think what that was, because you noticed how when we were in the pit, all of the options were keen eye, because the only way you can get down there without Rosalina being there is if you had keen eye, right? Because normally what happens is both Kanika, Stella, and Tabitha, like all three of them, like get huge bravery points when you decide to go deeper to go rescue the kids, right? Like when you follow Rosalina deeper. I think that keen eye thing was so that way you could still get those points just by like,
Okay.
you know, kind of fucking with Becca a little bit, I guess, right?
Hmm. So yeah, what happens now? It looks like Tabitha's back. I'd better drive those kids home.
Come on, let's get back up to the estate. It's been a long day, and I need it to be over. See you tomorrow, okay, Dawn? Excuse me, just stop trying to get my cousin killed, Stella. Come on, let's go. Wow, this is interesting.
Tabitha starts walking to a car, pulling you by the arm. See you guys tomorrow. I'll text you when we're back. I can walk to the car on my own. Are you kidnapping me? Silently follow Tabitha. I'll text you when we're back. Yeah.
Tabitha doesn't say a word as the car cuts along the darkened road. You try to keep your eye on the surrounding wilderness as she drives, wary of what may lurk behind the tree line.
This is where I'm gonna be like, Tabitha, what happened? I'm doing terribly, by the way, in case you wanted to know. Going, why do you still treat Stella like you two used to be friends? This is fine. Me and Kanika don't really seem to get along. At least everyone's okay. I don't appreciate being dragged off like that, right? Go back up.
That's new. That's not normally there.
I do like that one. Can you go back up? I just wanted to see what I like how are you holding up to? And we could do probably both. Let's do how are you holding up first, and we can say then at least everyone's okay.
I've been better.
Well, now we can say at least everyone's okay.
There are a lot of parents who should have kept tighter reins on their kids. I never got into any trouble like this when I was a teen. I have Pearl Ann to thank for it. I hated it at the time, but the strictest paid off. Ugh, what am I telling you this for?
Whoa, are we bonding? You could tell me stuff. I'd like to know more about you. I don't really think the parents are to blame here. You're right. There's a lot of adults who should have done a better job. And remain silent. I don't think I mind the second one. Yeah, you can tell me stuff. I'd like to know more. No, Pearl Ann for that matter.
Maybe later this week. I don't have the energy to get into it right now, but I think I'd like that. So do you think that the parents of those kids are partially to blame for this?
I don't want to single out one over the other. I think it's just
obviously
like,
Becca's fault.
it's like truly it is teens being teens, but it's also just like, how would the parents know that like they went to some place like this unless they like follow their kids around, which like that's unreasonable.
Right.
I think we could also remain silent too, because we're not really taking
Absolutely.
a side.
Do you want it?
Yeah, let's remain silent.
I gotta focus on the road.
We can ride in silence. The only other thing is, like, I'm sorry about today, about, like, I'm assuming that's not going to be, like, we trespassed on your thing, but I'm assuming that's what we're talking about, like, sorry this all happened.
Yeah. You want to do that?
Yeah. Be like, sorry that this all happened.
It's fine.
Okay, well, I guess we'll ride the rest of silence. I want it to be like, so Tabitha,
Neither
you
of these.
visions in me and stuff. I'm wondering though if we're like close enough yet for Tabitha for her not to be like, I don't want to tell you.
I genuinely do not know. If you don't want to, we can obviously just skip it. I just wanted to, kind of remind you that those are options.
I'll keep skipping it because I think we're getting. I feel like we're getting to a point where we can kind of be buddy, but I don't think we're there yet.
There is a developer mode that you can use. It's like a generic RenPy code that allows you to see all active variables whenever you're in a particular scene. And I don't remember exactly what the keyboard shortcut is to activate it, but like we could, if we had it, we could just cheat and see what Tabitha's score with us is right now to see if she would answer, but I don't think so.
Yeah. Ride in silence.
Your eyes wander back to the tree line as you and Tabitha sink back into silence. You once again cross the threshold into the estate. The musty stench of the decaying mansion greeting you with its undertones of mildew and wood rot. Well, this day was a lot more stressful than it needed to be. But at least nobody got hurt. I'm going to bed. I suggest you do the same. Thanks for calling me about those kids, by the way. It was unexpected. So, by the way, enormous points with Tabitha. I didn't want to. I didn't want to spoil it for you, but like obviously she super appreciated that. Because not only does that help her financially, but it also showed that like you do respect her as an authority.
Mm-hmm.
You could have. No, you should have waited for me. I'm too tired to argue. I'll see you in the morning. Tabitha turns and makes her way up the stairs. You head up to your room to turn in.
Now I'm wondering, because what was it? The Tommy knockers are what we just saw, right? Yeah. And then the other two were the tail guy.
The Taily Poo and the Wampus Cat?
Yeah, Wampus Cat. I wonder if those are like gonna pop up then.
Genuinely, I do, maybe later, right? I would personally think, because there's 3 chapters that don't exist yet, so maybe, who knows, right? But I would say that I think that it might have just been red herrings, so that way you didn't know exactly what was going to be happening. Although I think that if you thought about it for more than 2 seconds, right? Because like each of the 3 books had something to do with the mines, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, I think it's pretty clear that like
you're supposed to piece it together,
right?
Because I think the person we saw in the backyard or the garden was Wayne.
That was Wayne, because he had a veil over his face.
Yeah. And I figure if he kept going, he would have just talked to us or something about staying home. Maybe
genuinely, I don't know, because I'm here to tell you that that's one of the objectives that you're supposed to figure out when you're doing and this is for you as well. That's one of the things you're supposed to figure out when you're doing the talking to animals playthrough. Because apparently there is something exclusive that you can do in the garden, but in my other playthrough where I'm doing powerful build talking to animals, aka the Gentle Giant playthrough, I am like, I have not been able to get into the garden past day 1. Like, Tabitha keeps stopping me, and it's like, dude, what the fuck?
So, she keeps stopping you. Whoa, so that's like rare event that we get to go in and investigate.
Well, I think it's because it doesn't matter to you as much, right? Like you could definitely have kept going further, but I don't know if you would have gotten any sort of like super exclusive content.
It's interesting.
And once again, I won't reveal anything to you, since hypothetically at some point you'll get the game and you'll do your own playthrough. But anyway, You collapse in Tabitha's dusty guest bed, your head empty of thoughts. After your time in the Shaw mine, you barely even notice the dust. Your phone buzzes on the table.
Y'all, these are those things, right? Kanika's in the picture of a pair of ditchlings by the side of the road.
So by the way, this is now the first time where Kanika has seen the ditchlings herself.
And she's taking a picture of them.
Correct. Well, we already had footage, right? Like you didn't have the. So if you had the footage of the actual nest in this playthrough, Kanika would have been less skeptical into the Tommy knockers. She would have taken it more seriously. Well, not that she didn't take it seriously, but she would have believed in like the supernatural element a little bit more. But this, by default, is like she is now caught up.
Yes. Nice.
I saw them again too.
That's worse. Whoa, that's scarier than the first one.
What the fuck?
These things are definitely not hairless monkeys or raccoons or whatever. I don't know what the hell they are.
I guess there's more to them than being here than the mine collapse.
No way I'm sleeping tonight. I like the TONITE. Okay.
You you think about looking out the guest room window, but at this point, you're too exhausted to leave your bed. The adrenaline from this evening is finally wearing off, replaced by a creeping exhaustion that threatens to overwhelm you. Your limbs feel heavy, your eyelids slipping down over your eyes, even as you stare down at the ominous picture on your phone. If it weren't for the pit of dread balling in your stomach, you would almost feel comfortable as you settle in between the covers, your tired bones sinking into the decrepit mattress. When you close your eyes, you see the shadowy figures that gathered behind Stella in the mines. Your thoughts are drawn to the carving on the wall and to the visions imparted upon you. Your eyes shoot back open as your heart pounding as the door to your room swings open. Cat.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I was
Just
like, what
the
the
cat.
frick? Who opened the door?
It's always just the cat.
So it was just the cat.
It's nice to see another living being, even one as unfriendly as Tabitha's cat, named Frou Frou. The comfort of her presence sets your mind at ease, and you finally slip into a deep sleep. Once again, something that the other person that I talked to, who like owns and has played this game, she brought up of like, you're fine, like, because once again, Wayne is not directly aggressive to you, but Wayne constantly. There have been tons of artworks where we have not called out that Wayne is in the background looking at us. Even if it's just like his head peeking out from the bush is, he's just like watching us, right? And she pointed out like, yeah, in this scene where the cat like opens up the door, she's like, what if Wayne's like right there? Just watching you.
Jesus Christ. Okay. That would be really
All right. That took an extra hour. My goodness. I thought we were closer to the end, but hey, at least we did it.
Oh, is there like an animation for each thing?
Every chapter has an animation just like this. Yep.
Okay, now it's gonna be Tabitha's turn to be like freaking out. Wayne, is that you in that hole in the stairs? Is that you in the kitchen? I don't.
It's going down.
Are we gonna yell timber? Oh, like, oh.
Something happened. All right. Inspector Glosso.
Okay.
All right. Let us save. Congratulations.
Good, this is exciting.
All right, well, that's episode 2 done. Obviously, you were willing to like stick around to finish out the whole chapter, so I trust that you're still enjoying yourself.
Oh, I am. This is pretty good.
It is interesting because obviously, like, it's difficult because I don't want to, like, obviously I'm like wiggling my mouse over the things that I think are obviously the correct answer because I don't want you to like overthink and then back out of the obvious correct answer.
I tend to do that sometimes. Yeah.
But that's the thing where it's like the point because obviously there are just differing opinions as well. But at the same time, it interesting because, like, I don't think hot is actually affecting the campaign that much, which I find very interesting. Because that was one of the things, and once again, I'm not gonna do anything about.
Wouldn't teens, like, if they see someone like really hot, I feel like they would be somewhat affected by that.
You would think that they would.
Like,
I almost wonder if at some point they're going to do a patch, because they've done that, right? So when Chapter 4 came out, they went back to Chapter 2 to adjust some stuff, which is this chapter that we just did. So I almost wonder, because they like, when they were working on Slay the Princess, they would constantly go back and, like, change, like, the writing and phrasing of stuff and whatnot. I do genuinely think that being hot should mean that you have, because, like, if we're thinking about it in D&D terms, right? I do think that
should
hot
have more influence.
I think that hot should be
Like
persuasion, right?
Okay, charisma / persuasion, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like because charisma in general, where you're trying to, like, rizz up somebody because you want to boink them, like, that's fine. But, like, I don't know, like flexing or, like, revealing your abs should definitely, like, affect people a little bit more than it kind of appears to right now.
But it also, if you remember, the trait was, like, in kind of believing you're a good person.
No,
so it's also like,
that was a joke, right? The joke is that the actual thing that was saying was that people start with a higher opinion of you by default, quote, because you're a good person, probably. No, the actual reason is because they think you're attractive. It's Miloism.
Well, even with the point of, like, you should start, like, a little bit better. Like, I don't know whether or not these kids have, like, a meter of, like, trustworthiness.
Rosalina does.
But
I can tell you that Rosalina does, and Miles kind of does. But he, like, there's a difference between, like, characters that have, because there's, like, a general population that has, like, stats, right? So you talking to all those minors did affect the general population's stats, kinda, right? There's, like, different groups of, like, generic people, I guess, right? So for the most part, minus Rosalina and one of the other characters, I guess kind of Miles, but not really, there is just a team, there's just a group that are just called, like, teens, right? Like, general youngsters, essentially. Because they all talk to each other and whatnot. So, yeah, I mean, like, in a genuine sense, there's probably a lot of back-end stuff that you're kind of pulling benefits from right now, because everybody pretty much starts with a +3 to, like, opinions of you, right? Like, they just assume that you're trustworthy and agreeable and yada yada.
And that's the thing. I wish there was something that helped, like, made it evident that, like, that's what's happening because you're hot, you know?
Right, and we kind of got that, right, in Chapter 1. In Chapter 1, we got several things that popped up where it was just like, oh, hot, blah, blah, blah. Like, I do agree with you. We would have experienced it a little bit more, because once again, like I said, if you talk to Miles, like, if you introduce yourself and just initiate a regular conversation with Miles while you're in the general store, he does, like, overspeak because he's flustered because you're a hot lady. Which, once again, it also doesn't matter your gender. Like, even if you're a hot dude, he's like, oh my god. You know, like, in
being
a
faced with hotness is pretty bewildering. It's true.
I do agree. I have to live with that every day. But the
what is it? I think you were surprised. Did we completely miss out on, I don't remember what his name
Reese.
is. Yeah.
Straight up, yes. Straight up, Reese was supposed to walk out of the house and say hi. And so the fact that
I guess we'll see him tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, because that's still going to happen, right? Like, you're still coming over for dinner. So obviously, actually, I think in a way, I think that one's probably better because you have, like, a full, like, actual scene, and you can decide whether or not you want to get romantically involved at all. I don't know how to say this in like a way that isn't like a little bit much, I guess. So, like, once again, Chapter 1, if you have physical prowess or whatever it's called, you can save both people. In this one, if you have keen eye, you can prevent Rosalina's foot from getting crushed, right? In Chapter 4, there's a thing that you can prevent by being hot, but it requires that you have already showed interest in Reese, which I think is weird, because as far as I know, of all 4 chapters, it's the only one that's like that, kinda. Actually, that's not true. Chapter 3 has something kind of similar, but anyway.
If you can kind of confirm that, because it's like, that would have been a little unfair. I think it is a little
Well,
unfair.
I think it's fine because the thing is that the thing in chapter 3, like the scene with the dinner, that's where you actually can start flirting with him if you want, right? Like that's where that properly starts.
Yeah, there's a difference between like, okay, if I have to maybe show level 1 interest,
like I don't think you need like level 2
to
affection with the guy. Like I don't think that's what.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it is.
So,
I think it's
that's
literally just that you
nice.
had to have shown any like interest in him at all in order for the special ending of chapter 4 to be involved.
Okay, because
right?
I wanted to at least pay off, at least in that element of like, if hot is supposed to be the thing that saves in chapter 3, well, yes, please. I want to like.
Well,
you know,
I mean, to be
that.
fair, like in like as of right now, because like once again, every chapter has like one trait that specifically allows you to get like quote unquote the best ending out of that chapter. Hot is chapter 4, right? Like
Okay, chapter 4, sorry. Yeah,
I am telling you that it's chapter 4 is where hot is like the most relevant. But even like with my knowledge, I think for the most part, the reason why, at least in the version of the game that exists right now, my interpretation is that the reason why you would choose hot is so that way you can speed run to like the romance scenes with the individual characters. Because you get them all a chapter early if you're hot.
Okay.
Like I said, in my first original playthrough, when I was like shooting super hard for Stella and I was the like bookworm character or like Smarty Pants playthrough, I didn't get the romance scene with Stella until the end of chapter 4.
Like I think it's totally reasonable that that's like a thing that's affecting like, or that's one of the perks for being hot.
Is that you
like
get
you said,
to
I wish
romance
there was
faster.
a little
I
more
agree.
yeah, that, and it's like, but I wish there was.
I
like,
do
and they have
genuinely like if
pieces
Street
of it.
Smart allows you to lie and detect lies easier, right? I genuinely think that hot should make it so that way you are more persuasive, just straight up.
Yeah, because I think that makes it a little more unique than just like, oh, this is the option for romance. It's like, no, I feel like being hot, like you said, the thing where it's like you automatically have better. You start off with everyone like better relationship wise, I guess.
Better
or
relationship,
reputation.
you get double the benefit from doing things that they like, and you only get one deficit per conversation for doing things that they don't like. Whatever the first deficit is the only one you experience. And this is like a bunch of back end stuff, right? Like you don't see that. Like
Yeah,
imagine
but you don't see that.
like imagine
stuff.
you're in the general store, right? And Miles is like, just take the fucking chips, who cares, right? Like that's what he says. Imagine if you were hot, you could be like, oh, well, could I take a bunch of strawberry margaritas, right? And then like later in the chapter, instead of offering them fucking boiled peanuts, you could be like, hey, kids, strawberry margaritas, get the fuck out of here. Right?
Yeah.
You know? Like, I don't know. Maybe that would change something. Maybe that wouldn't. Because it's difficult, right? The thing, once again, just talking about, the conversation that I had with Michelle, who also played this game. It was the thing that I was thinking was like this entire game is very much structured like a D&D campaign where there's a lot of like branching paths, but there are certain de facto events that you have to encounter because those are the big set pieces, right? Like there was no version of this to my knowledge where you do not go into the mines and experience the Tommyknockers, right? Because you have to experience that stone carving in order for the future chapters to make fucking sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's reasonable. Like it's like there is a story, right? So you need like story beats.
Exactly. And then obviously there's like, the choice matters a lot in this game, clearly. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, like I don't know. I guess what I mean to say is that I feel like hot should have more. I'm surprised at how little it seems to be affecting things right now. That opinion will probably change when we get to chapter 4, where you can get like the best ending of chapter 4. But at the same time, it's like, that's crazy, man. It's weird.
Yeah.
What? I don't know. I felt like hot was like really funny in chapter 1, but in this chapter, it didn't really come up at all. I mean, that being said, you're also choosing to not flirt with people, which I think is obviously like a big point of it,
But that's like a little separate from like plot itself, right? The romance stuff.
Kinda. I would say for the most part, yes, it is separate from plot. But like the thing, like my understanding is that flirting with people obviously gives you bonus in terms of like their affection for you, right? Beyond romance, like they just like you more because you're being all flirtatious and stuff. But then if you have a character that you're in a dedicated romance to, my understanding is that they will back you up more in conversation. They will put themselves at risk in order to help you specifically, and then vice versa. Like they, you know, if you help them,
expect you to do the same.
yeah, exactly,
almost.
right? Because you guys are more dedicated to each other is the idea, you know. Obviously you also get like the romance scene because technically this is like a romance visual novel in a way. It's mostly about the mystery, but there is that aspect to it.
I like the idea of you're like, yeah, this is a dating sim.
I mean, in a lot of ways, it kind of is.
about
I
the
mean,
game.
you didn't
Yeah,
see my
like-
playthrough trying my. You didn't see the playthrough where I was trying my absolute fucking damnedest to date Stella. It was so difficult. And that's why I was so pissed in episode 1 where she was like immediately into you just because you were hot. And I'm like, fuck! Come on!
That's really funny.
I will also
Oh.
say, because I don't know if we're gonna get it. I think we were supposed to do it in this chapter. Maybe not. Maybe it's early chapter 3. Regardless, it doesn't super matter. But Kanika kind of indicated that it's like, oh well, Tabitha lets you get away with stuff because you guys have like a thing or whatever. It is confirmed by Sybil, if I remember correctly, that Tabitha and Stella used to date back in high school. Like that was like straight up like their whole like dynamic with each other.
He did say like we were like close to each other.
Yeah, they were much closer, but it's
Stella.
you know it was much more than that. And like I don't know, I find that very interesting because like you can tell me if I'm right or not, or if you agree with me, I guess. Where the game's not over, right? There's still 3 entire chapters left to go. We have to wait until next October for the next chapter, sadly, which leads me to believe that they're probably going to do a bunch of rewriting and stuff. But the thing that I think is interesting is that I think it's pretty clear to me that Tabitha knows more about this like weird paranormal stuff than she's like letting on. I think she's just like stressed because she has like all of this stuff that she's contending with in real life, like, you know, the mines and people hating her guts and stuff like that, and also just the fact that she's like a bad person because her mom was shitty to her or whatever. But then at the same time, she has like this weird fucking mumbo jumbo shit that she's like, God damn it. Because once again, why on earth would she dive for you, right? To try to get you to not look at the fucking... That, like, clearly, in my mind, she must have seen that sigil before. It's her mind, right?
Yeah.
So it's like she clearly must have seen it before and known that something would have happened.
She's been there before.
Exactly.
Yeah, she knew the place, right? Inside out, so...
And then I'm going to give you another little ditty. You'll see this in your Luna Lovegood playthrough or whatever, your mystic talking to animals. When the cat shows up, the cat says, don't look into this too much. Tabitha just kicked me out of the room. Because normally Frou sleeps with Tabitha, right? And you saw at the very end, Tabitha's like sitting there sulking on her bed. Why would she be sulking?
It's because because there's something she knows or something's freaked her out. Yeah.
I personally posit that she also got the vision that you did, right, of the miners getting crushed. And I think she feels the enormous guilt of that event. Because keep in mind, there's literally, like, the Scarlets are clearly, like, the whole fucking town is named Scarlet Hollow, right? And there's clearly fucking something going on. And if there is blame to be placed on, like, these historical events, there's only 2 Scarlets left. You and Tabitha. If you hadn't shown up for the funeral, Tabitha would have to be dealing with all of this, like, weird mumbo-jumbo shit by herself, as would Stella and Kanika.
Yeah.
It's weird to think what this game would look like if you weren't there, I guess.
So far, I'm thinking Stella would have she would have done all the stuff that we did with her.
I think Stella would have still
think-
encountered the ditchlings by default, right? Because she would have done pretty much
Yeah.
the same thing. She just wouldn't have had somebody else there to help record, right?
Yeah.
So she still
And
would have
technically
encountered
they
the
would have found
ditchlings. Duke
Rosalina.
still would have died if you weren't there, right?
Yeah.
Because Stella would have been holding the leash with Gretchen on it, so she wouldn't be able to dive for the flashlight.
Yeah. And like I said, I think they still she would have ended up going into the mines with, I think, Rosalina. That I don't know whether or not she would have been
Genuinely,
able to...
I don't know if that means that the mines would have collapsed or not, right? Because it's arguable, like, and this is my thing, is like, I do genuinely think that a Scarlet seeing, because that's the two people who passed out, right? Because Stella was there and did not pass out, right? And in the version where Rosalina's in there, Rosalina's also in there and also does not pass out, right? So I think something about a Scarlet seeing the stone carving summoned the Tommyknockers in a way, right?
So only something bad would have happened if Tabitha had showed up. Then.
Exactly. And
I guess
why
in
on
our
earth would she have
alternate
gone deeper?
Yeah, so potentially everyone would have been safe, I think, because
My understanding is that if you do not call her
Tabitha.
before going into the mine, Tabitha does not show up.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. And I was thinking, even with us not there, I don't see any reason why these two would have called Tabitha.
Maybe Stella, to be honest.
Maybe. I would say I don't know. I'm like a 50-50 on that. I would
But I get what
Maybe.
you're saying. Like, Tabitha wouldn't have been there, so maybe because if we weren't there and Tabitha was there, the Tommyknockers. I mean, once again, you heard knocking early, but it wasn't like clearly shit hit the fan as soon as we saw the what you calls it, right? The stone carving.
Yeah, so I think this is going to mostly be if all these supernatural things are somewhat connected to us as well. Then you're right. If we're not here, everything would have been fine.
Interesting. Now, we'll wrap this up, obviously, but I want to ask you, what do you think Wayne's deal is?
That's tough. I don't clearly he seemed like something's happened.
Do you
to him,
think
Duff.
that he is a dude who just has like a grievous injury? Or do you think he's some sort of like
No.
monster?
I think he has been somehow supernaturally affected by something where maybe he's being kept undead. Maybe he's clearly there's something kind of wrong.
Clearly there's
with
something
him.
wrong, right? Like he's literally
Yeah.
the only person who talks orange.
Yeah. Oh.
So whatever the fuck that means, right? Like who knows? And other people can hear him talk, right? Because it's not like he's an entity that is only in your mind. Because Sybil is like, go away, Wayne.
Sybil heard him say her name, right?
Exactly.
As well. Yeah.
Stella
so,
did, absolutely.
So,
So, I don't know. I will give you a little ditty. I'll give you the first half of a ditty, and then you can tell me if you want the second half. It's not a spoiler. It's more just like a thing. So in the mine, when you were talking to the three groups of people, you stopped at the second one, and then you just decided to regroup, right? And then that's when you saw Rosalina, and then that's what led to you going into the mines, right? That's obviously how that sequence ends, no matter what. If you had chosen to go one further, you would have had the last group to talk to, and at the end of that, Tabitha always catches you, right? That's how that ends. However, you do learn something by talking to that last group of people. Now, either I can tell you what you learn right now, or I can just leave you with that, and in your own playthrough, you can decide whether or not you want to pursue that.
I think I'd be fine with you telling me.
Right now,
We're in one set. Yeah.
they thought that Wayne was dead. So when you say that he's been following you, they're like, oh, that's crazy. Okay, interesting, right? The second group of people you talk to, you're like, what happened to him? And it was something involving his girlfriend at the time, right? And all they kept saying over and over was that, I told him not to mess with her. I told him that it was only going to be bad news, whatever. In the third group,
they're old timers, so you can talk to them about any of the. You can just directly ask them about cryptids and like folklore and stuff, and they know immediately. Like you just straight up ask them about Tommyknockers, and they straight up say something along the lines of like, "Oh yeah, the Tommyknockers have been way more active recently." You know what I mean?
Oh,
So like
that's cool. Like
so
I
that's
didn't
interesting.
The-
Yeah, because the idea is that they're old timers. They know how to recognize the difference between like normal rockfall and a Tommyknocker thing. Now, keep in mind, everybody else thinks that they're just old kooks, right?
Yeah.
But regardless, what they do
Spiky
tell
old
you
kooks.
is they tell you who Wayne was dating before he disappeared. He was dating Tabitha.
Okay, so they. Oh. Wow.
Which means that in your playthrough, you will not have, like in this playthrough on stream, you will not have access to that information. So you won't be able to like call her out on that. But there have been a couple times where you've asked her, do you know a guy named Wayne? And she goes like, I don't know. I've tons of people have worked at the mines. I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Right? So what the fuck is that about?
Hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully, we could still catch her at some other point about that. But that's interesting.
Can I tell you what
'Cause
my
maybe-
theory is?
Sure.
My theory, because Tabitha is tied to Wayne somehow. I am here to tell you, and I guess it's kind of spoilers because I just don't know. Maybe I missed it, but as far as I know, in the 4 chapters, I don't have a de facto answer. I don't have a definitive answer. We don't know why Wayne is doing what he's doing. All we know is that he seems to have your safety in his best interest, right? Now, why would that be the case? He's clearly fucked up in some way, right? So either
Something messed
he
up.
has knowledge about what is going to happen, because remember, that's what he's told us today. He was like, just wait in the estate, wait for the funeral to pass, and then go home, right? That's all he says. I personally wonder, for reasons that you'll see in chapter 3, I think that there's precedent for this. I wonder if Tabitha essentially sacrificed Wayne in order to make him like this preternatural protector figure, in order to help ensure that whatever the fuck is happening over the course of this week happens.
That would be really bad though, right?
1,000,000%. That would be a huge indictment of Tabitha's character. Next week, like next Sunday, I am really, really looking forward to you seeing the like pieces kind of coming together for how I came up with this theory. Because you could have learned this information in this chapter that Tabitha dated Wayne, and now Wayne is fucking around for some reason, and she's super cagey about it. Because obviously, if like I'm dating somebody and she has a horrible accident that either kills or maims her, I could see not wanting to talk about it. That's probably really fucked up, right? But at the same time,
be
like
something with her mom too. Or like maybe the accident, like maybe her mom knew some of this supernatural stuff. Right?
I think it's extremely likely that Pearl Ann was the steward of all of this supernatural bullshit.
And maybe something did accidentally happen. So once Pearl Ann died, Tabitha got her hands on that kind of stuff, maybe. And maybe if the thing with Wayne died, maybe she tried to make sure he didn't die.
You
happened.
absolutely just reminded me of something, by the way. I don't know. I would like to think that Tabitha is a good person, right? Once again, when we get into chapter 3, you'll see the pieces kind of coming together for where I came up with this theory. And there's literally no answer yet, right? Because the answer is going to be at a minimum 4 years from now when all 7 chapters are out, right? Which sucks a lot, but what can you do?
Yeah.
I forgot something that would be information that you would have been privy to if you had just chosen a different trait. If you have a different trait, i.e. book smarts, and you look at the sigil on the cavern,
you identify due to wear and just the general appearance of the stone carving itself that it is thousands of years old.
Oh.
Now, what does that tell you, Saba?
Really old. That.
What
There-
year
I-
does the game take place in?
Wasn't it like 20?
It's
I'm maybe mixing
2022.
up games. Yeah, okay, 2022.
2022, right? When did the Shaw mine open?
Was it like 18 or 19?
It was like 18 something, right? 18 something.
Yeah.
So if it was 18 something and it's 2022 right now in game, that's only 200 years. But with book smarts, you can identify that the carving is thousands of years old, meaning that it was not carved there. They found it.
So something was uncovered.
Exactly. Now, what the fuck does that mean?
Supernatural stuff be scary. And
Some sort of
yes,
weird
everyone's
eldritch
weird.
bullshit. You know what I mean? Now, and this is what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So, like, in chapter 1, which was the demo, there's a bunch of different stuff that you can get, but there's no real tie-in to, like, whatever overarching mystery there is. Because, remember, chapter 1 was just, like, a demo, right? It's just, hey, something is
Yeah.
going to happen. Whereas chapters 2, 3, and 4 all have stuff like this, where it's like, if you go back and do it again with a different set of traits, you will get completely different information from like the stuff that's happening, which is interesting in its own right. But yeah, man, I love this game. I'm really glad that we're playing this on Sundays.
Yeah, I'm very happy to also have gotten this before 13, I think, Sentinels, because I definitely, this is vibing with me.
I'm glad that it's vibing with you.
Vibing.
All
So,
right,
okay.
we'll end it here. Ciao, Saba. Try to enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I can't believe I have fucking work tomorrow, dude. The weekend goes by so fast. God damn it.
I know.
All right.
Have a good day then.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye bye.